Podcast is intended for mature audiences. The views and opinions expressed are those of the panelists and do not reflect in any way those of the podcast partners, sponsors, or affiliates. Enjoy.
Hi, this is Michael Buffer, and you're listening to the voice of the people. Let's get ready for Boxing Voice.
Every day I'm hustling, 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 hustling. Every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling, every day I'm hustling.
No matter what nobody say, man, spirit can't nobody fuck with me, man. You know, I can't be fucked with, you know.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
Whether you pay to see me win, or you pay to see me lose, you're gonna pay. Fuck it, your kids still gotta eat. I don't have to watch, you know, any footage of a fighter. I mean, because I'm Floyd Mayweather, everybody gotta watch me. I knew eventually I was gonna have to fight Oscar. I feel like he was straight up and down, no special effects.
BoxingWords.com.
How can Canelo have the biggest deal? Your deal is for 300 million, and I made 350 million just in one fight. And you're fighting on the app.
BoxingWords.com.
I'm a king, okay? I eat a feast. Every time I eat a feast. And when I get up from the table, I don't give a fuck who get the leftovers. At the end of the day, follow my green print.
Dolla Dibiase Productions.
BoxingWords.com.
Back to what we was talking about. Try that body shot shit.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you easy. That shit gonna be easy work. I promise you.
I'm
It don't
solid
matter.
as a
I'm
rock.
gonna knock you out, bro.
Oh,
You getting hurt.
that's fact.
You got hurt by getting bored.
That's fact.
You got hurt by getting bored. Yeah.
You got hurt by
And what's that
Campbell.
security team?
You got hurt by
When
Campbell.
have I got hurt by Campbell?
And you got hurt by Kell
Pull that
Brook.
up. Pull
And
that
you
up.
got hurt by Kell
When?
Brook.
When?
Nah,
We seen you get wobbly leg. We seen you get wobbly
Then
leg.
what?
We seen you.
Huh,
It don't
after
matter.
that.
It don't matter.
After that.
Wait till I hit you.
Wait till I hit you.
Sorry.
You gonna look
All my life,
like Benavidez.
He had one leg.
You gonna look like
He had
that
one
with one
leg.
leg.
He had one leg.
I'm gonna make
He
you
had one
do the
leg.
stanky leg.
What you want to bet on that?
What you want to bet
You
on?
can bet 100,000 on that.
Let's bet $1 million.
Easy.
Let's bet $1
Bet
million.
$1 million.
Get that money.
Good morning, TBV. What up, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. It is Monday morning. We a little late, 9 a.m. in a couple of minutes. We're going to add a couple of minutes to that, we had to get the green tea ready, to go hard for this morning, man. We got to talk some boxing. We're going to have Jeff Mayweather on the show at about 10:30. So I definitely need your guys' help to get through that first hour and a half. I know that the normal has become kind of 3 and 4 hour shows every day, but you always have those days where things are a little slow and you don't make it to 10:30, but we need to stick around till 10:30 in order to get Jeff Mayweather because he's on the West Coast. So he's waking up for us very early. He'll be ready to rock and roll at 7:30 a.m. Pacific Standard Time. So, round of applause to Jeff Mayweather for, being that dude, man, and coming on here and talking some boxing with us. And I thought it was very important that we spoke to him. Shout out to Sean, Zattel, and Fight Hype. They did an interview with Jeff Mayweather that made me say, you know what? I got to get this guy on here and have him just talk about the situation with my audience as a trainer, as a person that, was in the corner with his nephew, Floyd Mayweather. He had his opinion on the stoppage and, everything that is happening with Ken Porter post his remarks. And, he also gave a very good breakdown of the Errol Spence, Terence Crawford fight. Or should I say Terence Crawford, Errol Spence fight, because he has Crawford slightly ahead in that fight. Like he favors him slightly to win.
Say what?
Yeah. And, much like me and I guess the rest of us, he would much rather Spence get a tune-up before going into the Crawford fight. And he says if he doesn't get a tune-up, he won't beat Crawford. And he said even if he gets a tune-up or a few tune-ups, he still may not be able to beat Crawford. And, he just said so many things, that he reminded him on Floyd, the way that he can switch, from offense to defense, and the way that, he thinks, and just so many things. So I said, you know what? Terence Crawford won a big, big fight this weekend. Why not keep it going? Because it has been 4 years since Earl told Terence to get a belt. It's been quite some time since we've been talking about this fight. And, even the audio that we played, how many years ago was that, right? Let me look up Maurice Hooker's fight, because that was at Maurice Hooker's fight in Texas, So let's see how long ago that confrontation where they finally met, came face to face. And by they, I mean Terence Bud Crawford and Errol Spence Jr. finally came face to face that day, both mutually going to see their friend Maurice Hooker, who they obviously share a friendship with. But I believe that fight was in Texas. So which one was that? Ramirez was in College Park, Arlington. That's probably it, 2019. That's probably when he fought Ramirez. I don't see another that could be the Texas fight. Okay, the Omni in Dallas, but no, they didn't go see him fight Courtney Jackson. So it was when he fought Ramirez, and they had their confrontation. They met. The internet went crazy, and J-Mac's intro was birthed, and we expected this fight, and that is now, 2 years ago, going on 3. That's July 27th, 2019. So, definitely some time has gone by. And we don't want this to start to feel like Mayweather-Pacquiao, and maybe some do, because, they're such fans of the fighter that they want to see the best for that fighter. And obviously Mayweather-Pacquiao received a really handsome check, the both of them separately, for their fight. But I say let's get them paid now rather than waiting a bunch of years just to get that paycheck. Let's be better than Mayweather-Pacquiao. Let's give the fight fans what they want sooner. And they need to rush, because Mayweather-Pacquiao took about 7 years. And, we're pretty much at the 4-year mark since Spence telling him, being Crawford, to get a belt. So, the time is now. And I think that the more we talk about it, the more realistic it'll become, because there's never been an opportunity like now, right? Crawford has never been a free agent. And it doesn't matter whether we think one person was ducking the other. At this point, we know it takes a lot for an Al Heyman fighter to cross the street. So this situation, having Terence Crawford as a free agent, really helps things. Again, is this truly the fight that the fans want right now? Is it best for Earl to go into that fight with Bud without that tune-up? And that's why we're bringing Jeff Mayweather on, because as a trainer, he feels that Earl should get a few tune-ups. And that still doesn't mean that he'll beat Terence Crawford. So, it's a very interesting situation, As you can see, these betting lines on our thumbnail, and obviously this is an audio video podcast, but to those listening on iTunes across the world and iHeartRadio, Spotify, when the line opened up, Terence Bud Crawford was a minus 140. This isn't yesterday's new line because Crawford did so well. No. This is years ago. This is 2020. This was posted. And obviously we're going into 2022 right now. And Terence has just won the fight versus Shawn Porter, which he done what he done in better fashion, you know. I seen the Fight Hype interview again with Sean Zattel. Shout out to Sean. He is, Sean is Sean. He is Sean's co-host, so he has that luxury. And man, Sunday morning, he was right at Sean's house in Vegas, and they did this amazing one-on-one post-fight after Terence Crawford. And, he said after the second knockdown, he was very frustrated, and it came because he lost his composure after the first. But he also said that he was more hurt in the Errol Spence fight than he was in the Crawford fight, but it was that he had never been hit that cleanly. And he also said he's not mad at his father, and that he thanked his father about 8 times before they separated and went their separate ways the night of the fight, after the fight. And I think, you got to listen to his video because, obviously everyone has their opinion on what Ken did and what he should have done. But listening to Shawn Porter, he wasn't mad at all. And the funny thing is, according to Shawn, he and his father never talked about retirement. But it really meant that everything Ken said was spot on, because Shawn came out and basically said all of that. He said, look, for the last 3 fights, I hadn't been training the same, for the Earl, Formella, and this fight, and I understood him. And hopefully you guys take the time to listen to the interview so that you can also understand how the mind of a fighter works. They're on this cycle. It's a vicious circle. Shout out to Dane Cook. And it's sign a fight, make the weight, fight the fight, take off, come back, sign the fight, back in the camp, make the weight, take off, back, sign the fight, take the weight off, back in the camp. And it's it's vicious. It can be, I'm sure it can be depleting, and it can be a lonely life, right? Some of these guys refrain from sex. Some of these guys move away from their families to be in camp. Some of these guys do 8 weeks. Some of these guys do 10 weeks. Some people do 12. And you're talking all this time away from your family. Some of these guys miss their births of their childs, the birthdays of their children and wives. So I get Shawn Porter, man. He's tired. He's done, It's and he said it himself. He said that he said, I'm not sure if not doing things the way that I used to do them with my dad 3 fights ago affected my performance, but he was not happy with his performance and he didn't think that he was optimal for that fight. Now he, like his father, isn't blaming it on lack of preparation, but he is questioning whether or not that performance looked the way that it looked because he wasn't going the extra mile. And by the extra mile, he was specific. He said his dad likes to take him through the ringer in training camp via sparring. He basically said his dad likes to put him in hell so that when you get to the fight, it's easier. and that he stopped doing that the last 3 camps. So Shawn definitely had one foot out the door. He definitely had one foot out the door, and it's good to hear him speak, to hear him say his reasons, and to hear him defend his father, because there are a lot of trainers defending Shawn's dad or taking shots at Shawn's dad, or not necessarily shots, but just saying, look, I'm not mad at the stoppage. I just don't agree with Ken Porter's comments after the stoppage, But, and I know I moved away from the mic there. Apologies. But the thing is this: hearing Shawn now come on out and give his take and be spot on with his dad. Listen, he went as far as saying something like, "I trust my father wholeheartedly. He brought me here, and he can see if I'm at my best and if I'm not at my best." And he said, I was taking shots cleanly, and my father has never seen me do that. And then they both said, too, because Ken did an interview with Radio Raheem of Seconds Out. Shout out to them. And, they both said in separate interviews that they've never seen each other take those punches like that. You know what I mean? And again, for the Nova Scotians of the world that are still reluctant, I think those are the things that we have to realize and I think hold stock in, or put stock in, right? The trainer and the fighter that face the man, they're saying, I've never been hit with this many clean shots. And you can remember that. Like, you seen Crawford just, combination punching Shawn as Shawn was low. There was a point in that fight where he just let a mash. I'm like, damn, he just letting hands go in combinations. But it was just, it was good. Like I said, I've always said, I know them. I'm invested. I want to see what's best for them. And obviously, with the world dividing them due to Ken's comments, I'm very happy to see that Shawn didn't receive it that way. Still believes that what his father did was right. And he's happy with the decision, bro. And he sounds super happy to be retired, I'll tell you that. And that must be because of those grueling, schedules, man. Those very grueling training camps. And like he said, the sparring, Now it makes sense why Tank is like act Shawn Porter, because Shawn isn't really Shawn, He's just not going hard no more. And I can see that happening to anybody, bro. When you reach that level, you're a 2-time champ. Now you're a commentator. Your podcast is super successful. For a guy like Shawn, it's got to be a million times easier to get sponsors than for a guy like myself, being as though that, he is a name within the sport. So, it attracts eyeballs. Similar to Brian Custer. Look at the numbers that Brian Custer do. When you're in the industry as deep as they are, look, Brian the other day said, hey, I was told Charlo was in a meeting with Canelo. That's insider info that you can only get at the highest level. And that's that one foot out the door mentality. You're really set up for life. He said that. My father done such a great job getting me here. He said, bro, we never imagined we would be here. We never sat down and said, this is where we're going to be, how we're going to, look 20 years from now, 25 from now. It was a dope interview, man. And obviously it's Shawn, not trying to discredit Shawn, Zattel, just saying Shawn is so open. He's such a, You know, he's just such an open book, and he's really good on the microphone, and it was a really good tell-all on his behalf. And yeah, I wish him the best. I hope that, everything works out. I hope he doesn't get the itch, because if he does, I hope he takes Conor. I really don't want to see him go, because, it's like, will we ever get another Shawn Porter? I hope he doesn't get forgotten. Randall Belly was this big puncher, and, people don't really speak about him anymore. And, Chop Chop has been in the ring with everybody, and they don't speak about him anymore. And, some dudes are just forgotten, Paul McCloskey is some dude, Amir Khan fought. No one talks about him anymore. He's not a world champion, nor is he a two-time champion. But, you get my drift. It's just like, I don't want Shawn to be forgotten. I hope he goes down as like one of them Ernie Shavers type of dudes where people like, they talk about Shavers' punching power. I hope that for years to come, the way we talk about James Toney's lateral movement in the sport and his shoulder roll and all this James Toney defense, I hope that we'll talk about Shawn Porter's pressure. I hope that he becomes the standard, like for guys to strive to have that level of pressure, man. It's gonna be missed, him retiring, I mean, good for him, but not good for us, bro. There really isn't another Shawn Porter out there, man. Before him, maybe Margarito. Bro, but I don't know nobody that has that style, that balls to the wall, I'm in your chest, let's do it, I'll fight anyone style. Like, it sucks because people don't value a guy like him because he had some tight losses. But really, coming up, who's our next fucking Porter? Isaac Cruz, who about to get stopped, and he ain't Porter. Maybe he could become him, Maybe he could become him. Porter lost the fight, a couple. Maybe he could become him, but I don't see that, It's hard to have that. Porter used to stay 10 pounds within fight weight, man, year round before getting married. That's discipline, man. I mean, I don't know that anyone is going to be able to. I mean, if you interview Coach Larry Wade, there's no one like Shawn in that gym, man. Okay, they saying Benavidez, Coach Myers, my boomerang. Benavidez is Benavidez. There's no way, man. That's a bad name to put in there. You can't put him in. I know the style. He throws a lot of punches. He's walking you down. So I see that. But his style is way different than Porter. But I guess you mean the pressure. But I'm not over. I haven't forgiven Benavidez, man, for wilding out, man, for wilding for respect. It's like, I'm not over those discrepancies that he's got. You know what I mean? Like, it's hard to ignore that he missed weight. It's hard. I mean, maybe things is different now. He's married. He's got a kid. Shout out to him, man. He beat Tyrone Davis and went to Maldives, living that life. That hotel was amazing. He chilling. But I don't know that he's got that Shawn Porter discipline, man. I can't give him that. Not yet. Subriel Matias, Brandon is saying, he don't get enough fights, man. I mean, he don't get enough fights, bro. Like, you've been pumping that dude up for a while, but I'll give you this. Even though you was pumping, I ain't even going to say who you was pumping up before, but you end up being right for the wrong reasons, They won a world title the other day. But yeah, Subriel Matias, I don't know, man. I don't know what's up with that guy. I don't know why his career is so slowed down. You know, it's pretty. I don't get it. He's probably not marketable. He's from Colombia. No, he's Puerto Rican. Wow. I don't know. It says he last fought in May. So we're in the 11th month, 6 months ago. We'll see. We'll see. He's from Fajardo. Okay. Damn, 94% knockout ratio. And this is the dude that caught the body, man. That shit probably fucked him up too, man. I know it messed up Mike Perez's career. But don't forget, let me make a post actually for my patrones, a.k.a. Patreon gang. Let me go ahead and put that Jeff Mayweather post in case you want to ask him something outside of whatever we will be discussing. And Brandon, if you can get that message, send him the link. I got my first guest. Looks like he's ready. And I ain't talking about Jeff. So that's shout out to the silence. You know what I mean? That's what happens when you solo dolo. You know, you Scarface with no Manolo.
No low.
Oh, shit. Look at that. It's done snuck up on me.
Yeah, man. With the Mac from the back, like.
What's
I
good?
ain't letting off shots like that. And it's top of the morning to you. Best part of waking up. Y'all know the slogan from the 80s. TBV in my cup, man. Shout out to Doomy, man. Boxing voice, the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast. Third rock from the sun in the Milky Way galaxy, man. How you doing this morning?
I can't complain, man. Mondays is Fridays, especially when the skies look as beautiful as they do out this window. I'm blessed, man. I'm blessed. Can't complain. How about yourself?
Man, I'm here, man. I'm alive. I'm alive. The Lord allowed me to wake up this morning with a reasonably functioning mind and functionality of my limbs. Got some more knee therapy a little later on today. Seen the bat call coming through, so I knew it was an opportunity to talk some boxing. So I moseyed on over to my trusty contraption that I made so I could get some better audio quality this morning. The lighting's not ideal, but the audio quality hopefully will suffice. And just listening to the conversation and just going over in my mind the events of this past weekend, man. It was a hell of a fight. In my personal opinion, it was a hell of a performance from Bud Crawford, man. He absolutely established himself to me as the premier number one welterweight in the world. And I can't pick any bones about it, man. Like the performance was I definitely have to rewatch it. It's rewatchable for me. I think the stoppage was bullshit, but I mean the overall performance, I mean, damn. Like I saw Bud doing things that just left me in awe. Just the educated feet, the speed of his punches and the ability to pretty much tee off at will on Porter. I heard you and I heard several people talk about Shawn did not prepare the same for Bud. I mean, I ain't got nothing to say about that, man, because, you know, in my mind, that's a whole bunch of woulda, coulda, shoulda shit. Like, if you step in that ring, you better make sure that you're as prepared as you're gonna be, as you can be, because, I mean, you don't play boxing. You know what I'm saying? You know, people seriously get effed up in this business by not taking something serious, by not putting forth every ounce of grit and determination that they have, and you know, you seriously can get jacked up. And I thought Porter came to fight, but I definitely think Bud presented a a different type of puzzle that was very difficult to solve, and ultimately it was not solved. And so we have a new number one welterweight in the world. His name is Terence Crawford. He's at the top of the hill, and I mean he has a lot of options, free agent, so he can pretty much go any direction he want. And I hope that they make their next move their best move, man, because this shit is chess, and right now, man, he's dominating the board, in my personal opinion.
But what is that next move? What you want to see him do? I'm sure you've heard a lot, you've read a lot out there of what other people want. What's sounding most realistic or the best option in your mind?
Well, I heard you mention once this past weekend about he could potentially stay with Top Rank. I also have heard the cries and the
yeah, but when I said
action.
let's be clear, because I don't want people saying I'm crazy. When I said stay with Top Rank, I'm talking about Bob Arum saying that they're willing to do fight by fight and give him the undisputed Josh Taylor.
I mean, the undisputed Josh Taylor is definitely a fight that could add more coins to his piggy bank, but I'm not a fan of that fight because, I mean, I don't. It's not the same situation to me as Bud coming up to fight Horn. When Bud came up to fight Horn, I felt like Bud was gonna beat the shit out of Horn, and I felt that Horn got a gift in the form of the Pacquiao victory. I felt like Bud was a better fighter than Horn and that he would prove it on that stage. I just didn't know he would do it as emphatically as he did. Taylor, to me, seems like a true 140 pounder. Maybe he walks around bigger, but I would need to see Horn fight lesser level competition at 147 to have more confidence that Taylor could be a actual threat to Bud, because the threat level of that fight, regardless of his undisputed status, I'm not trying to take it away from Josh Taylor. Undisputed is an incredible accomplishment that only half a dozen fighters have accomplished in this 4-belt era. So he stands alone, and his name will be etched in the stone tablet of boxing history forever. But fighting Bud Crawford right now, who is on what, a 8-9 fight KO streak, is on an absolute tear, primed up, ready to go in the best performance period of his career, man. Josh, that Josh Taylor fight is not what I'm looking for, but it would make him a much richer man. But to me, that's a step backwards. I mean, the media could help promote that and get some interest, undisputed versus undisputed, blah blah blah. But nah, that's not what I'm looking for. Top Rank fight by fight basis, I think that's a very interesting scenario depending on the profitability of this pay-per-view, coming off of this pay-per-view that they had. However profitable it was, that would be an interesting scenario if they did a fight by fight, because I could see a world where Top Rank is just one by one laying out nice, juicy steak bait for PBC fighters, getting them to come across the street, and Crawford just picking their ass off one by one until there's no bones left to pick. I mean, what's up? You offer a nice payday to a Thurman. You offer a nice payday to a Danny again. I mean, everybody's looking. Everybody's talking. You have the world's attention. So it's really no name at the welterweight division that you could call and they can't ignore you anymore. They can't, be like, oh, that's the other side of the street, or oh, this, all that. Nah, hell no. If Bud says your name right now, you've been put on notice. Everybody's going to be looking. Everybody's going to be asking questions. All of the new media outlets are going to be rushing to your gym with camera phones and microphones and recording devices, trying to get your take on, hey, Bud said your name. Do you think that's a fight you might want? Do you think that, you could potentially get that fight next? How you feel about that fight? How you feel about the call out? And you gonna be on blast. And if you don't give the boxing fans, the hardcores, the answers that we want, then you gonna be called a duck. You know what I'm saying? Duck, duck, goose in this motherfucker. So I mean, I don't know, man. Have you heard of any fighters since the event saying that, man, Bud had a good performance? I like what I saw. I would want that Bud smoke next. I mean, even with Earl, like, they're talking about how Earl saw the fight, started shaking his head, and exited the arena. I mean, they got my man sounding like he was like in shock or disgust or something at what he saw, and had to get out of there before someone put a microphone in his face. So I'm just like, fuck, man. The tables definitely have turned. They are definitely in the favor of that man from Omaha. And who's gonna be next to step up to the plate? I mean, Josh Taylor probably has the testicle fortitude to step up to the plate, but that's not the fight I want to see. I want to see a real 147, someone that, another person that we deem as elite. And PBC has all of the elite players that we thought up until this past Saturday night.
I mean, not necessarily. I know this is like I guess it's like a Hail Mary. If we talking football, this is a Hail Mary. But Keith Idec made it clear, Boots got to get with Al and Cameron Duncan. We had him on. He said, he's willing to work with anybody. But what I'm getting at is that Idec of Boxing Scene made it clear that in order to get those big name PBC fighters, Boots Ennis and his team will have to do some sort of co-promotion with Al Heyman, some sort of business.
Right.
But in comes in the Hail Mary. What sort of business is Showtime into? Do they want to make big fights, or do they want to build Boots' career? Because they could obviously send an offer to Terence. Terence isn't with Al. Boots isn't with Al. And voila, you got to fight. And it's a Showtime pay-per-view. Now, the question becomes, is Boots ready for a pay-per-view? Right. Can a guy that's never had a world title shot, only fought maybe 1-2 world champions, former world champions, can he go straight on pay-per-view? I guess that all depends on what these numbers are with Porter. But for you, is Boots, if they can make Boots a realistic option next, would that be something you want?
For me, that fight is mouth-watering, and it looks very appetizing. Mm-hmm. However, because Boots looks like the goods. He looks like a bag of goods with another bag on the side, man. I mean, this man look phenomenal, but damn, is he ready for Bud, man? It's the performance that I saw Bud put on, man. Like, I mean, yeah, I would want to see it. I do want to see it. I don't want to wait 2 years, 3 years for that fight. If I could get that fight summer, fall 2022, I think that would be dope. Maybe we could get Boots one more fight, a more high-profile fight. It doesn't have to be someone at the top of the food chain, but definitely somebody that could inch him up in their ranking a little bit. Because what's his ranking status right now in the WBO? Do you know, or do I need to look that up?
Yeah, you got to look up WBO. He's really
okay. Let me. I'm
he's
looking right
high
now
in the BC. Yeah, he's pretty high in the WBC and IBF.
Okay. go to trusty old ESPN.com.
What you looking for, the rankings?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I got those for the WBO. It's simpler to go to our website. We got them all across the
On
board.
boxingvoice.com.
Yeah, we got them all across the board. What were you looking for? Welterweight, WBO, he is number 5.
So who do they have ahead of him?
Shawn Porter, who's going to drop after the loss, unless...
Yeah, he going way down.
Well, not necessarily. Not necessarily, but unless... Unless he stays there because of the performance, but he's also retired, so I'm pretty sure that's out. That option is out. You know what I mean? He gets moved. Then you got Virgil Ortiz who's there, but he's going the WBC route. He's fighting Avanesian, so he could get passed over. And Mikey is in front of him.
Who the hell is Michael Mickinson?
Mickinson, that's from the UK. He got a good win. I think he got the fucking win over my mans and shit, right? The dude that beat Luther Clay, bruh. I was tight about that.
They got him over Conor Bean, yo, and I don't even know who this guy is.
Yeah,
So Virgil's not going to go the WBO route, I don't think. I thought he was going the WBC route so we could remove remove Shawn. Mikey just came off of a loss from Sandor Martin, so he got Martin problems, so you can get him out of there. We don't know who the hell
like that
McKenzie.
fight, though. I don't know that people want that, but for Bud, I think right now is name building time and like, money making time. If you could if Eddie could say, yo, you want Mikey? And, we know Mikey going to get up for that fight. He couldn't get up for Sandor because you didn't know Sandor. But I'm sure Mikey could get up for a Crawford fight. They got history in the amateurs.
So this is my proposal.
And it's another barometer fight. Think of it that way. It's another fight, common opponent. A dude Earl fought. Now let Bud fight him. You know what I'm saying?
Sir.
If he good enough for Bud, why he can't be good? If he good enough for Porter, if he good enough for Earl, why can't he be good enough for Bud?
What's good
What's
for
up, man?
This is good for the gambler.
Tyrek, what up?
I can't call. How you doing?
Did I pronounce that right? Because I know you spelling it different.
You said Tyrek?
Yep.
Yeah, you got it on point.
All right. Could you turn the camera on so we can introduce you to the world?
Yeah.
And do you have any headphones? Because obviously when I speak, it's being picked back up to your mic.
Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me get it.
All right.
While he's looking for those headphones, you're proposing what's good for the goose is good for the gander.
Absolutely.
I'm not a fan of Mikey Garcia, Terence Crawford. I think that there's another Crawford victim waiting to happen. But now what would be a good barometer fight would be Boots versus Mikey. Because Mikey needs a win.
Hell no, man. Mikey ain't fighting Boots. Listen, if you fight
scared,
Crawford, it ain't about being scared. Crawford is a prize. Boots is high risk, low reward. Tyrek, so you got the headphones in? What are those? Apple AirPods? You got to unmute because I had to mute you while you was backgrounding.
You hear me now?
I hear you perfect. How are you, man, brother? Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
First and foremost, man, congratulations on the signing. I know you must be excited to get with a promoter and get your career going.
Absolutely, man. I've been on a 2-year layoff, because of COVID or whatever. But, hopefully we bounce right back and get a world what they've been expecting out of me.
So what do you think the world is expecting out of you?
Greatness. Greatness, Trying to tell you, like, I just heard y'all speaking on Boots. That's my guy, I actually fought Boots in the 2016 Olympic trials. It was a good fight. That's how we built our relationship, but the boy is spectacular. I'm loving everything that he's doing for the sport.
For sure. Wow, so you've been in the ring with him. You're 9-0, 3 KOs. You're scheduled to fight right after Valentine's Day. Are you in a relationship, and how's your girl dealing with that? That you're gonna be fighting, so close to Valentine. Well, obviously you're gonna be in camp during Valentine's. It'll be fight week, so she must not be excited.
Nah, good thing I don't got a girl. You know what I'm saying? I had to get rid of all the females. It's like a distraction. I'm just trying to be in tunnel vision and just stay focused, get back on the right path. Stay on it.
Wow, man. So it looks like if you go for a title shot, you might be fighting at 140, but you're very tall. I mean, it says you're 5'10". Is BoxRec got you down correctly?
Yeah, they do.
Oh, wow. So you're that tall. That must be an advantage.
I mean, everybody I fought so far is pretty much the same size as me, or probably just a little bit taller. So it's not that much of an advantage, But I mean, I guess.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, you figure Canelo, he's way shorter than you. And Bradley is 5'8" as well, or probably shorter than you too. I think maybe he might be 5'6", but yeah, I feel like that's a nice height. And being as though you spar Boots, and now we see you that tall, and you favor Malik Hawkins. Have y'all shared the ring together?
Nah. We never actually sparred, but we've been in the same camp, same gym together.
Okay. And what gym was that?
Headbangers.
Okay.
Headbangers, and also Bruce gym. We went up Philly together. Well, we didn't go together, but I met him down there. I know Malik from Baltimore.
All right. So how'd you get started in the sport, man? What made you take boxing up, and why are you someone that my audience should be paying attention to?
Well, I've always been a fighter. So, it started in 2013. I found out I was about to have my first daughter. And I just needed something to do, you know what I'm saying? I'm like, man, I gotta change my life. I gotta get on the right path. And I used to, my sport was always boxing, always putting the gloves on in the neighborhood or whatever. So we ain't never played football, basketball like that. We always put the gloves on. So, and I was always the champ. One of my old friends that came back around the neighborhood, we put the gloves on, and just for old time's sake, and he got in my business. So I'm like, okay. And instead of being mad, I was just excited. I'm like, man, you gotta take me to whatever gym you went to. And he took me to the gym. I fell in love with the gym, and I just been boxing ever since. And I done set some records in the amateurs. I was #1 in the United States, #2 in the world. Participated 2016 Olympic trials as the #1 seed. Yeah, I did real good in the amateurs.
So doing that well, why you think you hadn't signed to a major? Why the layoff?
Well, I was on my way. I was actually fighting with PBC, and I was on my way, and then COVID hit. So once COVID hit, it kind of knocked everything off, and I had some personal issues I was dealing with, so that's what caused the 2-year layoff. But now I'm back. I said, okay, now I'm back. I don't want to just jump out there. I want to, get my feet wet. I want to get moved the right way, and I really believe that Tony Jetta could move me the right way and get me the right fights I need, give me the proper exposure, and then when the time is right, give me my shot, and I upset somebody,
For sure, man. Speaking of upset, man, did you think this weekend Porter versus Crawford was an upset, or did you expect that out of Terence Crawford?
I knew it was gonna be like a 50-50 fight, like an even fight. I don't agree with the stoppage. Me personally, I don't agree with the stoppage. I thought Shawn Porter was in the fight the whole fight. Even with a couple of knockdowns, I still thought that he was actually in a fight. Terence, he's definitely special, and Shawn is special. I just didn't agree with the stoppage.
For sure. I was telling my audience before you joined us, man, I don't think that we'll ever get another Shawn Porter, somebody like Porter, that style like Porter. It takes a lot of discipline in the gym to be a dude that throws that many punches, that has that much stamina. Do you foresee boxing getting another Shawn Porter-like fighter out here?
Yeah. I mean, what you mean, like the heart or just his fighting style?
See, that's the thing. I feel like it's a combination because, like, how many dudes on that high level will fight everybody, right? Like, he fought everybody. Win, lose, or he didn't matter. It didn't matter to him. Like, he kept fighting the best, and he was always a dog with those dudes. I don't know. That style. It's more the style, I think.
Well, I don't know. I mean, time will tell. You know, you're absolutely right. Like, he definitely bring some exciting fights, you know. He bring the best out of anybody he ever fought, you know. All his fights, dang, I can't even. Dang, I don't know which one. I think him and Errol Spence was my favorite.
The one with Earl
was my favorite.
Who you think did a better job, Earl or Crawford? Because you ain't like the stoppage in the Crawford fight, so I don't know if, you know, even with the stoppages, you still think the Earl fight was better or not.
Yeah, I didn't really get to see the whole fight, you know what I'm saying? When I had tuned back in, they were stopping the fight or whatever because I had to work, you know what I'm saying? So I had to really go back and take a look at it. But from the highlights, you know, what I seen and what I heard, sounds like Terence Crawford, you know what I'm saying, was just more accurate and more effective. Like, he really got the Shawn Porter more than Earl did, you know. Shawn said out his own mouth.
Yeah, that's definitely what happened, man. Crawford showed his accuracy, but so you said you fought Boots in the amateurs. Have you also sparred him?
Yeah, I sparred him, and we see that's how we built our relationship. Like, we fought in the 2016 Olympic trials or whatever, and like after we fought, you know, I guess his family just took a liking to me, you know, and I had got real close with his uncle and his dad, you know, and then Boots, he always been a humble guy, you know. And me and him, we built our relationship. And then I came down Philly, and his father welcomed me, you know what I'm saying, with open arms to his gym. And yeah, I'm actually gonna go back soon, you know what I'm saying, get some more of that work. Because his father's a hell of a trainer.
So that's what I was gonna ask next. So who is your trainer and who you using for this February 19th fight?
Jamie Hurst. I'm training right now out of the Headbangers gym or whatever, and I've been working closely with Jamie Hurst. That's one of the coaches that's in my gym or whatever. Real good coach, you know. Got a lot of experience under his belt, and you know he's an up and coming coach too, and you know he does a very good job. And he knew me since the amateurs, and he knows what to bring out of me. He knows me personally, so he knows exactly what to expect out of me, and he knows what I can do and what I can't do, and my weaknesses and my strengths. So yeah.
And I mean, as a fight fan, I know you're a fighter, but I'm sure you love this sport in and out. Do you see Crawford, Errol Spence as the new Mayweather Pacquiao? And I mean, like, is it gonna take 7 years to happen?
I hope not. I hope it don't take 7 years to happen. Looking at Crawford press conference, you know, I guess he's a free agent now, and you know he's looking to make that fight immediately. So. You know, I think he's going to do what he got to do to make that his next fight, essentially. So I hope it don't take 7 years. But yes, to answer your question, I do see that being the next Manny Pacquiao, Floyd Mayweather for the hype. But I hope it don't take another 7 years or 3 years, whatever. I hope they can fight in 2022.
Now, how would you want it, though? Because obviously, you know, there was the accident. Then he fought Danny. Then it's time off, and now the retina surgery for the eye. Do you want Earl to get a tune-up, or you think, you know, based off him saying he don't need no tune-ups, you know, we should get that fight now? I personally want to make sure he's good before he get in there with Crawford.
Well, the man spoke. He said he don't need no tune-ups. Just like when he unified, you know, he didn't need no tune-up. He came straight forward, you know. So, you know, every time you get in the ring, a piece you don't come back out the ring. You know what I'm saying? You always leave a piece in the ring. So, you know, I think if he get another tune-up, that's just going to take another piece out of him. And then by the time, you know what I'm saying, that we finally make these good fights that we really want to see, you know, it's not going to be the same fighter. So I say let it happen now. You know what I'm saying? Let them get it in now while they both still in their prime, because we're not getting no younger in the sport. We're only getting older. And, yeah, let's really see who the best welterweight, best fighter at 147.
Who you think is the best welterweight?
I knew you was gonna ask me that.
I mean, you brought it up.
Between them two, or just at the whole welterweight division?
In general. I mean, if you think Boots the dark horse, if you think Boots ready right now, you think he ready right now because that is the, like I was telling my coach, that's the Hail Mary right now. Like, because Crawford's a free agent, because Boots can't get none of them PBC fighters unless his promoter do a co-promotion, you know what I mean? They giving him PBC fighters, but they ain't giving him the top names. Everybody know he ain't getting no big names until he get under Al. They could do Crawford. They could send Crawford over here, free agent. He could fight on Showtime because Showtime got to deal with Boots. But I don't know that people think Boots is ready. I think they think he's special. I don't know that they think he's ready. What about you?
I think Boots. I think he's very special. I think you know when I look at it, like, you remember how they was treating Errol when Errol when he first turned pro, and you know what I'm saying, he was the top contender and nobody really wanted to fight him. Like, everybody was avoiding him. That's how I think it is with Boots now. I do think Boots is ready. Like, he matured a lot, and I just say, you know what I'm saying, try the waters, throw somebody out there. He is very special. Like, the last fight I seen like him is Roy Jones. Like, you know, when Roy Jones was in his prime, Roy Jones was very, very special. So when I look at Boots, I look at like a new age Roy Jones. But I really think he's ready. I do think he's ready, you know. There's no point of waiting till, you know what I'm saying, till he get older in his career or whatever. Give him a shot now. You know what I'm saying? Say he's ready, give him a shot now. His father knows what he's doing. His father think he's ready, give him a shot now. You know what I'm saying? But I do think he's one of the best welterweights right now. You know what I'm saying? It's between him, Earl, and Terence, you know. I like Terence Crawford. I like Errol Spence. I can't pick which one I like more because I like both their styles. They're both southpaw. You know what I'm saying? I'm actually trying to switch up myself. You know what I'm saying, with the orthodox and the southpaw. I'm giving that a shot. You know, see how that works for me or whatever. But I'm a fan of both of them. I watch both of them. I study both of their films. But yeah, I definitely think Boots is one of the greatest. I mean, one of the best welterweights right now that we have.
How is it for you preparing for a fight without knowing who's your opponent? Does it make it any harder?
No, not really. You know, I train with some of the best, you know, so I go in there, put the work in. The hard work is in the gym. The easy work should be in the ring. You know what I'm saying? Training camp is the hardest part about the fight. After that, once you get in the fight, that should be easy work. It should be fun. You know what I'm saying? Because I put the work in. I done everything that I need to train for, I done prepared in the gym already for. So it's like we got different styles of fighters. You know what I'm saying? Then I also travel for sparring too. So it's like it wouldn't be nothing that I haven't seen before. You know what I'm saying?
But do you like to know who you facing? Because I mean, surprises are surprises.
Yeah, of course I would like to know who I'm facing, you know. Of course I definitely would like to know who I'm facing so we could properly prepare, you know.
And when do you think you'll find out a name? Because right now they got you listed with a TBA.
Hopefully soon, you know. I talked to Tony, and, you know, he was getting everything together or whatever. So probably about this week, I think. Probably about this week or early next week. I don't know, but, you know, soon.
For sure. So you never did say who's the best welterweight. You went into Boots and said you thought he was special, but you ain't say who the best welterweight right now.
That's what I don't know.
It's okay. It's okay not to answer. You ain't got to become enemies with nobody because of me, bro. Believe that. It's all good.
Nobody. It's my opinion. You know what I'm saying? My opinion is my opinion.
I mean, some of these guys take it serious. That's what it is.
But I don't gotta agree with everybody else. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna speak facts. I'm gonna speak what I really feel. You know what I'm saying? I think they all good. I think Boots is special. I think he can be one of the greatest welterweights. You know what I'm saying? What I'm saying right now, like, I can't say that he's the best one because, you know what I'm saying, he ain't fight none of the champions yet. Not saying that he can't beat them because I know for a fact he could beat the champions. I know that for a fact, you know. I know he can go in there and handle his business and look special. And between Earl and Terence Crawford, they, you know what I'm saying, they at the top, and we trying to figure out who's the best between them two. So they didn't fight yet. So it's hard for me to, you know what I'm saying, decide who's the best out of all three of them. But they my top three.
Now, being in that 140 division, what you know about Montana Love? Ain't he? Oh, nah, he from Ohio. He ain't from your area, but he be in your area sparring. He has a lot. Have you ever bumped paths with Montana Love? And he's in your division. What's your thoughts?
I think he can fight. I think he flashy, like, you know. He kind of remind me of AB, you know.
Yeah.
He kind of remind me of AB a little bit or whatever. But, you know, I said his last fight, he put on, it was a good show. It was a good show.
So, 140, you think that's going to be the division you campaign for your first title? Or you think once you start getting going, your fights get a little more consistent, you could get even lower?
Yeah, actually, my coach was trying to get me down to 135. He keeps telling me I can make 135. In the amateurs, I fought at 140. But I didn't think I could make 140. I was fighting at 152 at first when I first started. But he told me I could get down to 140, got down to 140. And, you know what I'm saying, I walk around, like right now, like 150, 155, you know. So, you know, he think I can get down to 135 and still be strong and explosive. So we're going to see. We're going to see what's up. You know, but as of right now, you know what I'm saying, coming back, I'm not trying to get down to 135. I'm going to fight 140, and we're going to see after this fight how we go there, how we go from there.
So you said you done been in the ring with some of the best, man. Let me know who you've, I guess, gotten work with, sparring-wise, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I've been in the ring with Tank Davis. I've been in the ring with Scooter Davis, Patrick Harris.
Wait, Scooter from Headbangers?
Yeah.
He's still an amateur?
Yeah.
How old is he now?
Too. Scooter, I think he's 19.
Oh,
19.
wow. Man, I met him mad years ago. We did a pull-up contest. I used to be in shape. We did a pull-up contest at Headbangers. So you say he nice now. I mean, he always been nice, but I'm saying the way you just made a facial expression like he doing real good.
The boy is going to definitely be special. You know what I'm saying? And I like what his dad and the coaches is doing with him. You know what I'm saying? But you know, he's strong. He's very strong. He's very explosive. You know, and he soaks it up. He soaks all the knowledge up like a sponge, and he's very humble. And I like that about him. You know. Because, you know, you get a lot of these amateurs these days, they're not humble, you know what I'm saying? And they ain't even fight nobody, and they're not humble. But he's very humble, you know, and he's a student of the game. He just want to soak up all the knowledge, and, you know, he just take all the knowledge from, you know, us old heads or whatever. Damn, that's crazy. I'm considered an old head now, but I'm past this generation. But, you know, yeah, I spar him, you know, we work. Yeah, it'd be some great work. The boy is strong, explosive, fast.
What weight is he campaigning at?
Well, you know, they changed the weights in the amateurs, so the old 140, I think it's 138 now.
And do you know if he's trying to be Olympic hopeful or they gonna turn him pro?
I'm not sure. I think he wanna try to accomplish that. I think, you know, but I'm not really sure. I can't speak on what they're gonna do with him.
So you hold your camps at Headbangers normally?
Yeah, that's the gym I train out of.
That's a dope gym, man. It's pretty motivating because there's so many people in there. It's hard, like I think anyway, that it would be hard to be a slacker because there's so many dudes working alongside. Well, when I went, and Patrick Harris, obviously, you know, Barry Hunter, back then, Lamont and Anthony was all there. You know, they was training AB. So it was just like, wow, you know, all these Washi Warren was this. It was like all these world champions. It's kind of hard not to try to push to be great. But that's great, man. You sparred all those guys?
All them guys. Washi Warren, except for AB. I never got a chance to share the ring with AB, but Mark Peterson, Anthony Peterson, Rasheed Warren. You know what I'm saying? Even though I'm bigger than Rasheed Warren, but he fast and he explosive too, you know. I was actually I was his sparring partner for a couple of his camps, you know. But yeah, you cannot be a slack in there. There's no way in hell you're gonna be a slack in there. And the thing I like about it is, you know, we learn from each other. You know what I'm saying? Like you said, it's a lot of people in there, so the coaches can't. You ain't gonna never get that one-on-one attention for real. You know what I'm saying? But as a team, you can pick up things from each other. You learn from each other, and you know, ain't nobody selfish ain't nobody selfish on sharing their experience or whatever. So they're gonna let you know. They're gonna give you the knowledge. You know what I'm saying? They're gonna show you certain things, and you just take what you like and put it to your arsenal. Add it to your arsenal. You know?
Well, Tyrek, man, I want to thank you for your time. Let everybody know where they can find you on Instagram or any other forms of social media so they can follow your career if they haven't been already doing so. And once you get your opponent, hit me up. We look forward to having you back on and, you know, announcing your fight properly.
Appreciate it. Everybody can find me on Facebook, Tyrek Irby. You can find me on Instagram at t.ydajuiceman3. And you can find me on TikTok at Big Juice Man.
Well, all right, champ. Thank you once again for coming on the show, man. Just hit us up once you got that opponent.
Man. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Tyrek Irby. And we're definitely appreciative to have him on the phone. We should be having Jeff Mayweather in another 15 or so minutes. So, yeah, join us. Right here, we're talking Terence Crawford versus Errol Spence. Who you got? Mayweather says Crawford has the slight edge over Spence, but our poll, they're giving him a bigger edge, man. He's almost 40% by KO. They think he'll knock out Spence, bro. I'm shocked. That's what knocking out Porter does, man. Like, look at this poll. 37% believe Terence Crawford knocks out Errol Spence. Another 26% believes he gets the unanimous decision. Only 17% believe Earl could get a knockout. And only 19% believe he could win a decision. Wow. Look, this guy. Tables turn, big fish. Man, oh man. See, and this is why you need a tune-up. Change those betting odds again, man. Sway the public opinion. They got to see you looking dominant because...
Does a tune-up do him any good if he doesn't get an emphatic stoppage? I mean...
You got to... Look at what the tune-up did for Anthony Durrell. People actually saying he should get a Canelo fight. Like, not a lot of people, but there was people that said it. Like, all because you knocked out some 54-pounder. Yeah, a knockout brings you back. They got to get him one. They got to give him like a Josecito Lopez to sleep.
If those are the conversations and some pockets, those must be some mighty small pockets.
Yeah. But he called in. Somebody had the balls to call in and say Durrell as an option. But I get it. Because Durrell was the option before Makabu. And remember, before Makabu, everybody was happy with Canelo getting a tune-up because he undisputed. So it was cool. You know, it was cool to say Durrell. But as soon as Canelo did what he wanted to do, it's like, nah. We was lying. We don't want you to get a tune-up. We want you to keep fighting tough dudes. You know how it is. You know how it is. You know the type. Loud as a motorbike, but wouldn't bust a fruit in the... How that shit go?
Man, wouldn't bust a
grape
or
in
something.
A fruit fight. Yeah.
Fight.
Ah! Yo, oh shit.
Bars.
You know, I had put out a questions post for him, and I ain't even asked him his 4 questions. Sorry, guys. That's James' fault. He didn't remind me.
It ain't my fault, man. Don't blame me. You can send him a text real quick.
Shit, bro. But look, y'all better hurry up and ask Jeff a question so I don't forget Jeff's questions. Fuck, man. All right, we're going to get Tyler back on. I should be like, yo, come back on and answer these 4.
Shit, hit him up.
I'm shocked, man. I'm honestly shocked that the poll is that lopsided. That's lopsided to me. You don't think that's lopsided?
Man, the man looked better in our litmus test, man. Like, he looked better. He had cleaner work. He did it easier. I mean, damn, man. Like, the tables have turned, man. I mean, it doesn't look like it was a street thing. It looked like these guys didn't want to fight him.
Oh, damn, that's crazy,
bro.
That's what it looked like.
This perception is everything, man. Perception is reality, and right now, man, the world perceives Terence Crawford to be the boogeyman of the welterweight division.
Let me get out to these callers, man. We got Jeff coming on in about 10 or 11, but we're going to open it up anyway and get out to the people early. What are we doing here? All right, we got to go to this.
Remember to rate us 5 stars on iTunes.
Subscribe to youtube.com/theboxingvoice for the latest and greatest interviews with your favorite fighters.
These calls are brought to you by Big Rigs Trucking Agency, experts for all your insurance and trucking needs. For quotes and consultations, visit us at brtagency.com or contact us at 908-943-6918.
Back to what we was talking about.
Whatever.
Try that body shot shit.
I'm gonna stop you. I'm gonna stop you. Easy. That shit gonna be easy work. I promise you.
I'm
It don't
solid
matter.
as a
I'm
rock.
gonna knock you out, bro.
Oh,
You been hurt.
that's fact.
You got hurt by getting bored.
That's fact.
You got hurt by getting bored. Yeah.
You got hurt by Campo. You got hurt by Campo.
When have I got hurt by Campo?
And you got hurt by Kelbrook. And you got hurt by Kelbrook.
When?
Jesus.
We seen you get wobbly leg. We seen you get wobbly leg.
Then what?
We seen you.
After that.
It don't matter.
After that.
Wait till I hit you.
Wait till I hit you.
Sorry.
You gonna look like Benavidez. You.
Yeah, one leg.
You gonna look like
Yeah,
that
one
with one
leg.
leg.
Yeah, one leg. I'm gonna make
you
one
do
leg.
the stanky leg.
What you want to bet on that?
What you want to bet
You
on?
can bet 100,000 on that.
Let's bet $1 million.
Easy.
Let's bet
We
$1
can bet
million. You getting that money?
Damn, you getting that money, right? Bruh. Don't that shit sound... Didn't that age so well?
Man, it's crazy, yo.
That aged very well, bro. Like, this sounds so much more believable. Like, this shows who really wants to fight. Bet 100,000. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? You know what that shit remind me? Menace to Society. Remember when he jumped in my man Mustang like, oh, you got a pager? Oh, you a baller? Nigga? Order me a cheeseburger. Yo, you getting that money, right? Yo, that shit aged so good. He out here bullying dudes. He said, I'm going to stop you. He said, I'm going to have you like Benavidez. He was on one leg. Yeah, I'm going to have you on one leg. I'm going to make you do the stanky leg. Damn, that shit aged very good.
And the crazy part about that, yo, it's one thing he said in that exchange, man. He said, and when I stop you, they gonna say you was too weak.
Yup.
And you stated, and man, like,
yup.
Right
and that's
now,
what it's looking like. That's what it's looking like. That when he stopped Earl, he wasn't the same.
He wasn't the same. He was too weak. He was too the accident in the you know what I'm saying?
Bro,
man,
how
this
did
is
I
terrible.
know this, bro? I feel so stupid right now. I never knew Crawford was a goon, man. He on some goon shit, man. How I let this go by?
He the illest nigga in Nebraska.
Yo, he
man.
the illest nigga in Nebraska.
Is that the illest nigga
Yo,
in
and
Nebraska?
I used to play that soundbite. You know what it is? Me and Crawford had a fallout, man. I used to be his biggest fan. I swear to God, I had that soundbite. Look, I got it right here. It used to every time Stone Bone used to call in, I used to play that intro for him.
That's the illest nigga in Nebraska.
That's
Bowdy,
that's the
fool.
short version. Where's my long version? I got the whole one. Oh, here you go.
That nigga. Is this the illest nigga in Nebraska? Is you bowdy fool?
Every time Stone Bone called in, but you know that ain't the best representation of Nebraska. So it quickly stopped being his intro. But yeah, man, Crawford was that dude. I remember Cameron Duncan had him, and when Gamboa fought. Look, this how long this dude been with Top Rank being shelved. When Gamboa fought Nonito Donaire, the press conference for that was in New York City, BB King's. I was there. I seen Cameron Duncan, and my interview with him is on the YouTube channel. And I'm like, yo, what's up, man? What's going on with Crawford? You know, like, why you can't get him on TV? Like, I'm going in on Cameron. And, you know, he says something's coming. And I guess that was the Prescott fight, maybe. Let me see what year that was.
How you feel about your...
Damn, was that 16? What year we in now? 22? That might have been... Let me see if this is it. Go ahead. How I feel about what?
And you were saying that Bud looked emotional at the weigh-ins. Do you feel that he fought with emotion?
Hell yeah, he fought with emotion. But not in a negative way, bro. My man know how to channel. Bro, he fought, but I feel like he did fight with emotion, bro. But he was just having fun, though. You know, man, just think about all the times that he was laughing. It's crazy, man. Dude's really comfortable in that ring, bro. Very comfortable.
He a savage, yo. He a savage. It definitely looks like he eats his meat raw. You know what I mean? Damn. I never thought I'd be saying this shit, yo. I seriously didn't think that this would be what we would be at. But this is where we at, man. And I can't unwatch what I saw. My eyes saw it, man. And I couldn't unwatch it. I was like, Lord have mercy. This man is incredible.
Yeah, man. He definitely puts on a show. Look at that.
Now
Look at this. Look at this. My interview, February 2013. Terence Crawford is the guy that will do Adrian Broner in. And I remember I was chasing that fight. That's why AB don't like me too. I was always trying to put him in a tough fight. So when and the interview that people clip of AB saying, man, ain't nothing good in, he said, we don't smoke nothing. He said, all we do is smoke everything in Omaha or smoke bud in Omaha. Like something like that he said when I asked him about a Bud Crawford fight. And obviously they cut my audio out and just keep his little shots at Crawford. But yeah, man, I'm telling you, I was always campaigning for Crawford. I'm looking at all my interviews now with Cameron, and in 2016, I'm like, yo, will we ever get Terence Crawford on pay-per-view? Manager Cameron Duncan. It's 2016. That's crazy. He wasn't on pay-per-view yet. Yeah, man.
Man, Cameron Duncan know how to find them, yo.
He know how to find them, bro. It's crazy. He even had Willie Nelson. And remember, Willie Nelson, I think, is the first dude to beat Tony Harrison, maybe. Maybe. I got to double check. Maybe backwards. Maybe Harrison lost to Nelson, but I'm going to check right now. Damn, is Harrison not in the top? Damn. Oh, there you go, Tony. Even with a loss to a welterweight, they got Tony Harrison at number 5 in the WBC. Shout out to you, Tony. Keeping that ranking. Hopefully, Elisa Bumgarner done motivated him to get... Yeah, Willie Nelson beat him, yo. I was at the fight in Connecticut. Ohio brother right there, Willie Nelson. So, we got about 3 minutes before we get Jeff Mayweather. Let me double check my WhatsApp. And we got his post on Patreon if you want to ask him a question. James is not going to let me forget this time around. And we'll definitely ask him whatever questions you guys may have on Patreon. Yep. So real quick, let me get to some of these super chats. Appreciate all the love we got. The first one. Beautiful sun coming in, bro.
Let me see. Is that where it's supposed to be?
Uh-oh. Do we got a guest already? Jeff Mayweather. What up?
Hey, how's it going?
It is going well. Are you gonna be able to turn that camera on, or you got the services?
I don't know where. How do I turn it on?
Are you on a phone or a laptop?
I'm on the phone.
Yeah, you just gotta hit your screen, and then the controls should pop up on the screen.
Okay, let me see. Okay, that's talking. Oh, maybe here. I don't know. Can you see me? No.
I don't see you, but
I don't see me either.
It's all good. We can hear you, man, and that's what I want to do. I want to first say thank you for that fantastic interview you did with Sean Zettel and Fight Hype. You know, you were spot on, and you gave me so much clarity. You know, I watching the fight with Crawford and Sean was very confused with the knockout or stoppage, and I definitely expressed frustration, you know, thinking that Kenny did the wrong thing. But after listening to you, not only did you change my mind and put me at ease, but I wanted to schedule you so that, you know, unfortunately have you regurgitate kind of what you told Sean or let us know how you feel about the situation so that my listeners can hear it firsthand and kind of get a better understanding, because as fight fans, you know, we want blood from the gladiator. We want death, but there's a whole other side to that, and I think you did a great job explaining it. So I thank you for coming on and waking up very early on the West Coast to give us a moment of your time.
Yeah, no problem.
So yeah, if you could just tell us, man, I mean, your thoughts on the stoppage and why you felt the need to express that you felt he did the right thing, and he being Ken.
Yeah, well, immediately after the fight was over with, I was in the media. I was in the media room, and everyone was criticizing Kenny. I mean, they was acting like he committed a crime. So, I mean, I felt that it was my job as a trainer myself to at least speak up on his behalf and allow him to be heard. And have people understand him. Because, I mean, I'm going to be honest, when I interviewed Kenny, it was more like they knew that they were already going to retire. I mean, he never did mention it, but I can kind of tell. And basically, and it was more about, okay, we're going to secure this payday more than, okay, if we win. I just think that they were ready to quit anyway. But the one thing is that we've seen, you know, fathers that push their kid back in there. The kid's not here anymore. You know, I mean, Levander Johnson, you know, unfortunately. I mean, I sparred with Levander Johnson. He's a great guy. You know, and sometimes, you know, a parent being in your corner can be the worst thing or it can be the best thing. And in this case, I mean, Sean got hurt. He got hurt bad and he got hurt early. And you don't know what's going to take place after that, you know. And so it's best that, you know, I think that Kenny did the right thing by pulling his son out of there and allowed his son to be able to walk away from this sport with no long-term injuries or even death. You know, because we never know. We never know what's going to happen when a guy starts getting hurt, and, you know, and that possibly could have happened. But if he don't, I mean, Sean already has a great career already waiting on him. They're just waiting on him for his career to be over so he can do this full time. And then, you know, and like I said, I mean, I've seen it too many times where, you know, fighters end up dead in the ring because the corner man or somebody thinks that, okay, we're behind, but we're gonna create a miracle. I mean, and, you know, and that everybody's not Arturo Gatti, you know. So I mean, that's why I took it upon myself to, you know, give Kenny some support.
And I thank you, man, because I'm sure, you know, he went through some struggles with that because the internet is brutal and they're immediate. And like you said, look, he didn't even get to the press conference and they were already attacking him. But I believe you made some references to your nephew and Crawford when breaking down the fight. What are those similarities, if any?
Well, the one thing with Crawford is a very intelligent fighter. And the one thing is this, just like my nephew, he used to, you know, basically that's what he would do. With each round, he would be figuring out what that fighter's doing and then take it away from him. But in this fight, I think that Crawford took a long time to figure out what he wanted to do because it's sometimes Shawn be in your face so tough that, I mean, sometimes you got to fight Shawn's fight if you want to or not. Mm-hmm. And but still, eventually, Terence did find out and figure out exactly how to get Shawn. And basically, what he did is he finally started boxing and created that perfect distance where he started landing his jab. As soon as he started landing his jab clear, more than once, fight was over with.
I felt like he was throwing a jab away, though, Jeff, to kind of do his own pull counter, and it didn't work, so he started throwing the right hook, making Porter duck to hit him with that uppercut.
No, I mean, don't get me wrong, and that is true as well, but I'm just saying that all that time he was fighting with him, he never did really calm down and get his rhythm where he was touching him with that jab consistent. Once he hit him with that jab 3 or 4 times in a row, then the left hand came behind it. You know, but before then, he was just fighting. He was struggling. He made the fight extremely tough. You know, I didn't see because I wasn't in the corner, but you know, a lot of people that watched it on TV kept saying that his corner finally told him the same thing, that, you know, start boxing, stop, you know, going to war with him. You know, so I don't know because I didn't hear that, but that's what I saw for myself, is that at some point, you know, Bud figured out the situation of Shawn just trying to maul him, just trying to, you know, walk over him. And basically when he found that right range, I mean, the fight was over.
Now, I also heard you say that you slightly have Crawford ahead, but what was really alarming, or not alarming, but I guess the shock value in the interview was that you said even with a tune-up, even with a few tune-ups, he still may not be able to beat Terence Crawford, and obviously you meant Spence not be able to beat Crawford.
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, Spence is one of my favorite fighters. And Crawford is one of my favorite fighters. And of course, and whoever wins, wins. And I mean, I don't care about who wins or who loses, but me just, you know, taking my time to assess what I see. I mean, I see right now, I mean, and it's sad that so many bad things are happening, Terrell. So, I mean, the fighter that we once saw a long time ago, probably never see again. And with that being said, no, he just like when Deontay Wilder fought Tyson Fury this last fight, he didn't take no tune-up. And I kept saying that if he takes a tune-up, all that new stuff that he's working on, and then putting on all that weight, make sure that shit works for you. Don't just do it and then say, okay, let's fight. Because I mean, first of all, you need to get a win and feel secure about yourself again. Sorry about that. And basically, and that's kind of the same thing that Errol Spence. I mean, Errol hasn't fought in a year and a half. You know, I mean, he can't step in the ring with Crawford when Crawford just came off his biggest win like that, and You know, and basically, Crawford is funny because I don't know if he's doing gamesmanship or whatever, but basically, he's kind of like, now, I chased you long enough. I don't even care about fighting you. You know, that's kind of like what he said in the press conference. So, I mean, that fight may happen, it may never happen.
Is that the new Mayweather Pacquiao?
Pretty much. I mean, it could be because, I mean, it's a fight where, you know, I mean, the difference between Pacquiao and Floyd is this, that Floyd and Pacquiao both had household names.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so that really made it that much bigger. You know, but I mean, one thing with Crawford and Spence, I told them both. One time I had seen them both at a fight, and I just told them, I said, I went to both of them and I said that you guys need to open your mouth a little bit more, you know, about, you know, what y'all want to do. And, you know, maybe they took it in but didn't really do it because, I mean, with the talent that Crawford has and the talent that Spence has, they both should be household names as well. I mean, they should have some endorsements that, you know, where they'll have a different demographic of people watching them and being able to see them just more than just being a boxer, you know. And right now, I mean, even though that's probably one of the biggest fights that that's out there that can happen, I mean, it still is not going to get nothing but boxing fans.
Jeff, I gotta ask, man, did you have to fight a lot? I mean, Roger and Floyd Sr., like, was it like, or were you guys all friends, or, you know, how that, because I fought with my brother, man. Like, I literally hate other sports because he was the big brother, took over the TV, and I went to war with him. So I don't like no other sport but boxing. So, I mean, how was it for you?
Well, me growing up, of course, I never fought Floyd because Floyd was 10 years older than me.
No. I mean, oh, yes. Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Go for it.
No. But me and Roger, I mean, we had our share of fights.
Oh.
We had our share of fights. And I think the last time I fought with Roger was, you know, back in, you know, I mean, I'm from a different era, way back there. So they didn't have plastic bottles back then. They had glass bottles.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you know, baby bottles were made of glass. And so me and Roger started fighting, and then he pushed me, and he pushed me on his table, and we were fighting. And next thing I know, the bottle broke, and it was the glass was in my arm. I mean, a part of the baby bottle was in my arm, and I mean, blood was just gushing everywhere. And I think that was the last time we fought. Other than that, I mean, I was Roger's shadow. I mean, wherever Roger went, I was with him. You know, I mean, he created a whole lot of havoc, did a whole lot of mischievous things, and I became a part of it. But, you know, and I was only a part of it because I enjoyed being with my brother so much. You know, and I followed him. It's one of these stories where they say that a person can't, you know, kind of make a choice for you. But realistically, in my life, when I look back at it, the reason why I'm here exactly where I am in today is solely because of Roger. I mean, I followed him. Once I graduated from college, he was the very first person to call me once I got off the stage. The first thing he said was, you coming to Vegas? And I'm like, yeah. But his intent was for me to turn pro. His intention was for me just to come to Vegas and have a good time and celebrate the fact that I graduated from college. Because when I came here, he already had a manager for me, already had an apartment for me, and already had, you know, a car. So I was set. And so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm gonna stay here now.
That's amazing. Well, before you get busy, let me give you some of these questions from the people. I got Dual Ingram in Compton. He says, you've been around boxing a long time. Even though you may not have personal dealings with Don King, how were promoters back in the day able to cheat guys out of money, especially versus today?
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, times change. You know, times change, and the one thing you got to realize is this. If you have a promoter, you come from nothing. Once you come from nothing, you don't feel that someone is cheating you because you don't know your value. And when you don't know your value, I mean, if somebody gave me $10 million and they took $1 million away, I'm still happy.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that's probably the reason why guys could get away with it, because you didn't know, no one knows their self-worth back then. And plus, you know, they didn't know the business of what a promoter is supposed to do and what a promoter's percentage is supposed to be. You know, and I mean, and I think that's still going on. I mean, it's because, I mean, sometimes, like I said, it's just, you know, when you have somebody that come from nothing and all of a sudden has something, they'll be a little lenient, you know, about it. They're not gonna question that promoter if he steals like maybe 200,000 from them, you know, something like that. Especially when they put, you know, $4 or $5 million in their pocket. So, and I think that's the reason why promoters can get away with it. You know, even today they still can get away with it. But back then, I mean, it was a lot easier.
Yeah, man. I got David Maldonado. He says, "What's up, champ? Would you
how's it going?
Would you consider Canelo as the greatest Latin fighter of all time, or does that crown still belong to Roberto Duran? Rest in peace, your brother Roger. Always spoke highly of Duran. I try to tell people all the time what Duran did is the equivalent of lightweight king Teofimo Lopez moving all the way up to beat a prime Charlo at 160. Please tell these casuals about Duran and his greatness."
Oh yeah, Duran. I mean, Duran was amazing. A guy that goes from 135 pounds, I mean, was his best weight class, but I mean, he went all the way up to 160. Was it 68? Was it?
I'm not a historian, but he definitely say he moved up to 160.
Yeah, he definitely went to 160, and I mean that's amazing. And I mean he basically he fought everybody. You know, I mean, you know, everybody, and like today, a lot of times these guys it's taking too long for these fights to happen. You know, but I mean, I also understand that part of it because the longer you wait, the more enticing it is for the fans. But sometimes it can be, you know, you're juggling. It's almost like juggling something in the fans' face, and eventually it may happen and it may not, and it might even backfire on you. You know, but I mean, back then those guys, they all fought each other, and it didn't take that long for it to happen.
So why is it like, I do this show every morning. It's like the Breakfast Club of boxing. So most recently, I've been wanting Crawford. If he can't get the Spence fight, right? Spence said this weekend he's got something big in February, March. It's obviously not Crawford. I feel like Crawford could move up again, Jeff. I won't tell you how high up until you tell me how high you think you can see Saturday night's Crawford go in weight.
I can see Crawford probably going to. I think junior middleweight is is fine. But I mean, maybe middleweight, but he might be stretching it a little bit. I think that he can definitely go to the next weight class, 154.
Okay. And before I answer again, I'll throw another one. Your brother Floyd obviously was very vocal about your nephew Floyd never fighting Gennady. How did you feel about that matchup? And I'll just come right out and say, yes, I am one of those guys that wanted that fight and believed that Floyd could beat him, just solely off his performance with Canelo, which same body style, same thickness, and obviously has grown up to be as good as he has and gone up more in weight. And then you figure in Gennady's just slower than Canelo, not as athletic as Canelo. I just felt Floyd could always do it. Did you ever think he could beat Gennady? And do you feel Crawford could move up and beat Gennady at 160 today? Now, keep in mind, this is a long question because I got to give you the information. Keep in mind, he fights December 29th versus Ryota Murata in Japan. So he'll be 30. He is 39, and he'll go through another tough war. That guy knocked out Robert Brandt. He's a big puncher.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, I think that Floyd would have outboxed Triple G easy.
Thank you.
Very easy. Because the one thing is this. I mean, the second fight, Canelo. No, the first fight, I thought Canelo. A lot of people thought Canelo lost. I thought Canelo won. I think he won both fights.
Me too.
I thought that the first fight, I thought he outboxed him. The second fight, I think he went into his Mexican mode and still beat him. And so I mean, I don't see him being no bigger threat than Canelo was to Floyd. So I mean, and plus he's much slower than he's a bigger puncher, and I don't even necessarily know if he's a bigger puncher. I mean, but the thing is that, I mean, if he's that slow and Canelo's way faster than him and Canelo couldn't hit Floyd, he's not going to hit Floyd either.
That's how I see it. So, but to be clear, you do feel Crawford could beat Gennady?
Because Crawford's a great boxer. He's got so many different dimensions as far as, being left-handed, being right-handed. He moves good on his feet. But in close, I think his defense needs to be tightened up. So, I mean, there's openings there where, just like Shawn, I mean, with anyone, because, I mean, he was getting hit, and he was getting hit a lot. A whole lot more than he should. But I think that still, I mean, he has so many, attributes that, I think that he would beat Gennady as well.
Beautiful, beautiful. So we got Alex Lemon in California says, good morning. Let's have some fun. Could Floyd beat Canelo right now?
Why? He wouldn't even. Canelo, Floyd is never going to be at 190 pounds or 170 pounds or anything like that. So that's a fight that could never, ever happen anyway. Even if we're having fun. I mean, now, no, Floyd shouldn't be able to beat Canelo. If Canelo dropped down to 147 or maybe 140, Floyd probably still beat his ass.
All right. Let me see. We got Big Casual. What's up, Mr. Jeff Mayweather? This version of Triple G versus Prime. Oh, look, another guy with my train of thought. You just answered that. He says versus Prime Bud, who you got winning. So you answered that. We'll keep it moving. We got Coach Myers in Connecticut. It says, you are very humble as a Mayweather. I see you all the time training young fighters. What keeps you motivated to keep going to the gym and training novice fighters when you honestly don't have to?
Well, I mean, to me, I'll train anyone, and my thing is this, is that I love the challenging of myself, being a part of someone's journey and seeing how far a kid that comes to me that, probably is not a boxer, don't have a boxing background or anything, but loves the sport. I want to push him and push myself to see how far we can go. And, and wherever it ends. But, it's something that me and that kid will have a relationship forever about, our connection and the things we did together, as a team.
All right. We got Scott, the Christian fight fan. What's up, Coach Mayweather? Thank you for blessing the Boxing Voice podcast Thank you for blessing the best boxing podcast in the world, TBV. What similarities, if there are any, you see in Bud that are similar to Floyd? I think you answered that, but we won't mind hearing it again. We got a big Terence Bud Crawford demographic here. They love him in this channel.
Yeah. Well, don't get me wrong. I think, like I said earlier, the one thing with Crawford is Crawford does make adjustments, throughout the fight. If one thing is not working, he's versatile enough to go ahead and do something different and attack you different and also make you even fight different. So, I think that's the closest attribute that I think that Crawford has, that's similar to Floyd. I just kind of wish that his defense was a little better. That's the only thing that I think that Crawford lacks and I don't know if he don't really work on it or it's just the fact that he takes a good shot and probably think that he's never going to get knocked out. I don't know. But I think that if he tightened up his defense, he'd be the second coming of Floyd.
Wow. High praise. We have a few more and you're almost out of here. Young Tigre says, why can't Terence Bud Crawford draw the casual boxing fan?
Well, the one thing is this, is that, first of all, Terence is one of those guys. He's quiet. He don't say nothing. He don't, even at his press conferences, he says about 4 or 5 words and he jumps and he's gone. It's almost like he wasn't even there. And the one thing is this, is that anytime you're in a spotlight, you have to take advantage of being in that spotlight. And the one thing is this, is that you got to speak about your career. You got to speak about what you're going to do to your next challenger or call out somebody that people think that you can't beat. You got to do something to bring the eyes on you. But if all you're going to do is get on the stage and talk about the immediate fight and never say anything about what's going to happen in the future, how you're going to build or who you're going to fight down the line or anything like that. It's basically you're hurting yourself.
Great answer. We got my Gene Better says, do you think it is fruitful for the sport of boxing to allow their top athletes to pick their own paths and allow for tune-ups? Or does it hinder the sport because we miss out on big fights?
Well, I think that sometimes tune-ups are necessary. Because sometimes when you're world champion, you might not fight you might fight 4 months later. Your defense may be 4 months later. And so basically in between that, take an easy fight and get the rust off you. And so when you get ready to get back in that ring, you'll be ready. You'll be ready because you've been in fight mode. And I think that's a big part of boxing that probably should happen even more. And like I said, especially when what happened with Tyson Fury and Wilder, and I already said about that was basically Wilder needed a tune-up fight in between that fight to still be the Wilder that we know. Because the one thing is this, you can't go out and put on 30 pounds and never fought at that weight. You can't go out and all those things that he was doing on YouTube made him look great, made him looking like he was going to win. and you don't know if they're going to work. Get in there with a lesser opponent and try those things and see does it work for you. But it didn't. The weight, picking up all that weight that he did, it killed him. He was almost like he was drunk the whole fight. And that was because of, basically, anytime a guy is a big puncher like Wilder, he's throwing away energy. Every time he punches and misses, he's throwing away energy. And when you lift weights, you start lifting weights like he was lifting weights. No, weights drain you. They don't help you. You may feel like you're stronger, but your arms are heavier now. And now these aren't the same arms, and you're not fighting at the same pace that you used to be fighting at. You may even feel a little faster, but the faster you feel, the faster you get drained. And that's what happened to him. So, yes, I think that having tune-up fights in between a title fight, I think that is fine.
So you're not upset at Canelo fighting Makabu. Do you consider it a threat? He has the highest knockout percentage in the current cruiserweight division that are champions.
Well, the one thing is this. Size ain't never won no fight. And the other thing is this. At cruiserweight, Canelo ain't finna get hit. He's not gonna get hit by this guy. And the reason why he picked this guy, it looks good on paper, but I don't know him. And basically, a lot of times when I don't know someone, that means that I don't know him for a reason. And so, I think that we all know Canelo, and we all know his potential. And, he's already beat guys that are bigger than him. And, and this is no different because this guy, Canelo's going to see everything he's throwing. And as long as and there's no way he can win a decision by Canelo because Canelo's too fast for him. So, if he doesn't knock Canelo out, there's no chance of him winning.
All right, just 3 more. Stonebone Boxing in Colorado says, peace, Jeff. I remember watching Roger's son on 24/7. Is he still currently boxing?
No, he's no longer boxing. He never really cared about boxing. That was just something that he was doing when he was real young. But no, I don't think he ever really wanted to box.
Another dude that we got introduced to on 24/7 via, your family was Cash Flow, and now he's signed with Top Rank. What do you think of his career? You expect him to be something?
Yeah, I expect him to be world champion one day.
Oh, wow.
He's a great kid, and he still has that same work ethic that he had when he was with Roger. And I think that was the most important thing is that once Roger left him, and now, it's sometimes it hinders, a kid. But, this kid he's dedicated. He works extremely hard. And, basically, and I think just being a part of the Mayweather system, and I think that in itself, helps him because it creates confidence in him that probably, another kid wouldn't have.
We got 40 Thief who says, who is the best pound for pound fighter today? Best wishes, Jeff.
I think Canelo. Myself personally, I think Canelo. I think that he's proven himself over and over and over. And he's in the way that he's beating these guys. Nobody else is doing that. Crawford won, but the names are different on Crawford's resume than on Canelo's resume. So, I know the people that Canelo is fighting. The people that Crawford beat, I don't really know them. So, even though Crawford is a great fighter, and and right up in the top echelon with Canelo, but I think I would pick Canelo.
And Jeff, let me just double down, right? We've been having a little debate here. One of our callers seems to believe that the win over Porter for Crawford is a greater win than any of the champions that Canelo beat at 168 to become undisputed. Do you feel that way?
No. No, I don't. I mean, Canelo didn't beat guys at just at. He also beat guys at 75 too. Didn't he beat guys at 54? He beat guys. He beat guys. You talking about a guy that started at 154 pounds that's going all the way up to cruiserweight, and basically, and I mean, in every performance, I mean, he looked better. He looked better and better with each fight. I mean, he got Billy Joe Saunders on his resume. He got Caleb Plant on his resume. These are guys that people do know of. Mm-hmm.
Now, what did you think of that Plant fight? Because obviously he training in your gym from time to time, being a Las Vegas resident. I know you know him. Did you? Because, man, my audience probably wants to fire me. I was hell-bent on Plant not being stopped. I didn't think an entire fucking career with Coach Larry Wade, he would get tired. Did you think he was going to get stopped?
Yes, I did, to be honest. I mean, me and Caleb I'm real cool with Caleb. But I mean, one thing about me is that I'm gonna keep it real. My thing is this. I just thought that, Caleb didn't have enough punching power to really keep Canelo off him. And if he didn't have punching power, how's he gonna back Canelo up off of him or anything? And the thing is that I know that Caleb is slick, but he ain't slick as Floyd. So, basically that's what he needed. And the thing is that, so basically, I mean, you can't win a fight just with a jab alone against a guy that's walking you down trying to take your head off. And I think that he didn't take as much risk. And then the other thing that that kind of messed with me was when you're in the ring and you're asking a guy, I'm
a good fighter, right?
Yeah, but to me, that means that you don't believe. Why would you be talking to a guy that you're fighting on that level? It's almost like you're asking for his approval. And basically, and then the very next round, he knocks you out after you ask that. Because it's almost like you're not doing an audition. This is a real fight. Why would you ask a guy like that?
You don't think it was sarcasm? You don't think it was like, yeah, I'm pretty good for 21-0, huh? Because, Canelo tried to tell him, yo, it's levels to this. But Plant is looking at himself like, yo, I'm in the 9th round. I'm 21-0. I'm doing pretty good, ain't I? Like, that's how I perceived it. Interpreted, excuse me.
I mean, I didn't. It seemed like to me you're asking Canelo how good you are, like you're auditioning, like you're surprised yourself that you're there. Mm-hmm. I mean, you're supposed to be there. You're supposed to be trying to win. You're not supposed to be you're not doing an audition. You're trying to win. Keep your mouth shut and let's go.
All right, 2 more. This one will be quick. He says, Brandon in Cincinnati says, Chris Lovejoy versus Ness, which is me. Who wins?
Versus who?
Versus me.
Maybe it's a draw, or you might win a split decision.
Last one is from Houston. Brandon Lenz says, who is the best fighter under the age of 25 in boxing? I know who he's seeking for you to say, but I bet you I know who you're gonna say. But I'll let you answer.
Well, I mean, the one thing is this, is that, see, I only pick fighters that I know of that have already excelled to a level where the spotlight is on them. And I'm sure, and you're probably right. I'm probably going to say the same thing that most people say, and that's Shakur.
Yep. He was looking for you to say Benavidez.
No, but I mean, no, I think Shakur.
Exactly. Me too. He's special, man.
Yeah.
Yo, I hate that it may happen one day. And I know who you're going to pick, but I still want to hear your breakdown. Chris Colbert versus Shakur.
I don't even know who that is.
What? Lil B-Hop? Little B-Hop.
I don't even know Chris Colbert. Who is he?
His nickname is Little B-Hop? Never heard of him?
No.
Not even as Little B-Hop. Holy shit. The kid with the purple hair is like pink hair?
Oh, the guy they said is supposed to be the next Floyd.
But who said that?
I've never seen him fight live. I never seen him on TV at all.
What? Yo, I've never seen him. Yo, nah, Jeff, man. Listen, he's got more undefeated fighters on his resume than any dude I know at 130. Like, I don't know why he don't got a title shot. I mean, it's obviously because Tank is in that division or was in that division until he just vacated. And, it's just crowded over there on the PBC side. But, yeah, right. All his fights been on TV. He beat he beat Titus Williams undefeated on TV. Austin Dulé undefeated on TV. He beat former world champ, what's the dude from Panama? Is it Panama? The one who was supposed to consolidate his title when Jason Sosa was world champ before. Not Jason Sosa, excuse me. Jezreel Corrales. He beat Jezreel Corrales. Who else did he beat? I ain't got box track open, but yeah, damn, that sucks. You don't know who he is. Okay. All right, so Bob is...
Don't get me wrong. I know who he is now since you mentioned the hair. But I mean,
at least he doing something right.
I never seen none of his fights. I watched a little bit of him on YouTube. Yeah, and he looks like he's really good. But I mean, I can't judge him because I haven't seen him fight live or anything like that. So I mean, I would pick the person that I know.
Now, speaking of the person you know in Shakur Stevens, I believe Bob Arum is lying. I've been in this business long enough to feel that he's lying, but he's saying Teofimo versus Shakur could be in 2022. What do you think about Shakur moving up to fight Teofimo Lopez? Can he do it? I'm saying yes, but I'm biased. I'm actually from North New Jersey, where Shakur is from.
No, I think Shakur is one of those special fighters that he's gonna be able to go from weight division, and still win titles.
But can he beat Teofimo Lopez,
the one thing
though?
That, don't get me wrong. I mean, him and Teofimo, that's a lot to bite off. I don't know. That's a fight that as it get closer, then I would make a prediction, but not right now. Right now, I think that he has to take care of his own division first.
Well, that's the thing. His promoter is floating it out there that's what's gonna be next for him. And then, Shakur was interviewed this week and he's like, well, you heard Bob, I might be fighting Tio next year. So.
Well, I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, that could have been said because one thing is this. When a promoter loses one of his best fighters, he starts to have to say the right things to make, them fighters feel secure and stand with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because Teofimo was already talking about leaving Top Rank. So, and then maybe Shakur may be thinking the same way if there's nothing down the line that's going to happen for him. And that's just like what happened with Terence Crawford. Terence Crawford said that they chased Errol Spence too long. That fight couldn't be made. That's why I gotta go. I gotta do my own thing now.
Well, Jeff, that is the last question. We thank you for your time, man. You are a very, very great guy waking up so early to do an interview. We appreciate your time. And, man, wish you the best. And hope to get you back on, man. It was really fun talking to you.
Okay, definitely.
All right. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff Mayweather, trainer, uncle, all that greatness. And that was an official interview, man. Very happy to have had that done with Jeff and answer some good questions there, man. I hope you guys enjoyed that. I hope that you've subscribed because we go live every day. And we do this multiple times a day. Today we'll be back on YouTube memberships doing our Untitled series. Lady Shan will be on tonight. And Alexander Lionez as well. So join us tonight. And we're going to go back to these phone lines. I'm pretty sure they're open. Troy, before I go to you, if that is in... Even if that is you, or if that is even you, I gotta get to these boomerangs first. So, Majimbe, what up? No Majimbe. All right, J Matt, what's up?
So you hating?
I'm that guy. What you want to bet on? Bet 100,000 on that. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Easy. Let's bet $1 million easy. And I for the bread. When I him, y'all gonna say he was too weak on my life.
Okay, bow down, bitches. I'm about to handle business. I'ma teach you all a lesson. This'll only take a minute. Got a part in all this passion in my blood. Niggas hating just because. Think about it. Everybody love Bud. J Mac, where you at? All these niggas hating on me. Shit is whack. So official with it. Don't check the stats. Hey, I'm out here trying to get it. I only got a minute. Get ready for the back attack.
Yo, Ness, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yo, good morning. JP, Ness. Good interview by Jeff Mayweather. Pretty cool guy. I was fortunate enough to meet him actually. A few times I stopped through the gym in Vegas. I agree, and listen to a lot he says. It's always good to pick their brains of somebody that you deem knowledgeable in the sport. So I mean, like I said, great insight. Sometimes opinions are still opinionated, and it's with your perception. Of course, I didn't agree with everything he said, but what's the main topic today?
Your boy versus Spence, and the fact that Jeff Mayweather feels Crawford would win, even if Earl got one or a couple of tune-ups. He gives the slight edge to Crawford, and we had him live. Spence,
I mean, Bud, you know how I feel about this. I've been beating that Bud drum for years, and it won't change. And I will.
You know, on your second call, man, give me your thoughts on obviously, him saying he thinks, that Terence Bud Crawford could beat Gennady Golovkin right now. See, that's something I said. And he said he always thought his nephew could beat Golovkin. He said Golovkin's too slow and was too slow. So, it's just really good to hear him say that because, people make it seem like you're crazy for wanting Floyd to beat Golovkin and even wanting Crawford to beat Golovkin. Like, that's what Canelo's doing. He sees Makabu and a window of opportunity. Like, he's seen that window with Kovalev. He's seen what Yard did. And he wanted to do that before Yard did it. Let's be real. He sent offers. It couldn't happen. Yard wasn't trying to accept no step aside or nothing like that. So it happened. But anyway, man, we moving on. Back to the callers here. Who we got? Majimbe trying you one more time on a boomerang tip. If not, Coach Myers boomerang. Yo. Sorry I didn't ask the other question to Tyler, man. When they ain't got no co-host to remind you, you're doing a million things, 4 computers, it ain't the easiest. Plus a phone.
JP was on there.
Yeah, he ain't remind me. He ain't remind me. That's what I'm saying. He's still on here, but you ain't heard from him in like 3 hours.
Man, I don't
that
got
was a
access
great.
to
There
that.
you go. Look, there you go. He just said something.
Yo, what up, JP?
What's good?
Ain't not much. Hey, listen, that's a great interview you had with Jeff. I think you need to get him on a little more often than not. Um, I still got Spence beating Crawford, but I do think Crawford probably got the slight betting odds right now. But besides that, it was a good fight by Crawford. We all knew he was going to win. It was just we didn't know it was going to be that dramatic. But that's my call.
Yeah, man, and we got a live poll going. Wow, votes coming in. Whoa, it's tallying. I guess I haven't seen it in a minute. It's at over 820 something votes and still counting. And 825. So it's 37% Terence Crawford by KO, 24% Terence Crawford by unanimous decision, and 18% Earl by KO, and 21% Earl by decision. So that is interesting. It's an overwhelming favorite for Crawford. We're going to JT. Are you available?
So interesting when you come across like a nice guy.
Shit, sorry, JT. Stonebone, got to get used to that. Boomerang, are you available? Apologies.
What up?
What up? Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, sir. So I guess after we finish 47, going to get the one fight, undisputed 54, we get in the 3 fights from now we get Golovkin, and we'll be better than Duran, right? Since he started at 35, went up to 60, we'll be this decade. What's the name? We're talking about Duran. But no, we talking about accomplishments and in the ring.
Yeah.
The hands of stone. Like everybody Bud hit, they say, man, he hitting at different angles, different spots, and the shit is coming hard. And I was listening to Jeff, and I think that Bud can be like very defensively sound, but they was so critical of him for that. You know what I mean? They was like, he did that. Like the post-off fight, basically a 12-0 whitewash. He dropped him 3 times. But when you standing in the pocket against if Shawn Porter was a lesser man, the defense would have been better. But Shawn Porter is a great 2-time champion that's aggressive, coming shots over the side.
Cut it. Yo, I really want the Bud fans' opinion on Gennady, right? Because, look, I said Canelo beat Kovalev. I seen somebody, I can't remember his screen name, but he's like, Ness, stop it. Kovalev was a cherry. Ain't that what the fuck I'm saying? Ain't Gennady a cherry? Didn't he lose to Derevyanchenko? Wasn't he fighting a bunch of tune-ups, Smirta and Rose from Canada? That's what I'm saying, man. It is a strategic pick. That's all I'm saying. A strategic pick. An opportunity to make history. It's strategic. That's all I'm saying. And Gennady loves that shit. He fought Kell Brook. And let's be real. Did Kell Brook not do well for a couple of rounds? People actually thought he had a shot. Like, you know what I'm saying? He landed a nice uppercut. And he's not. Crawford. Come on, guys. Help me here. He's 30-9. This is a cherry. Jay Miller says, why do I want fighters to fight cherries? Because guys like Golovkin aren't going to fight Demetrius. They're going to fight someone that is a big fight or is a fight where they're favored to win, you know. And in this case, Golovkin might be favored or not. I don't think he would be the favorite, you know. But I'm just saying, whatever. I always said Kovalev was a cherry. Go back and listen. Before that fight happened, I called him a cherry, and I emphasized it like this. I would say like this, like, Kovalev's a cherry for Canelo. For Canelo. Just like Gennady's a cherry. For Crawford. For Crawford. He'll still knock some of these dudes out, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm saying for certain dudes, just like Makabu. He's a cherry for Canelo. It's the skill of the fighter. That's what I'm talking about. But whatever, it's all good. You don't got to believe me. As long as Jeff Mayweather agrees with me, you know, on both things, that his nephew could have beat fucking GGG and Crawford could beat GGG right now. You know what I'm saying? I'm okay with that. I don't need you to believe me. Jeff agrees. That's all that matters. Hawk, what up? Oh, shit, Hawk. I got to come right back to you. JT, what up?
That was really a piece of shit. Hey, that comment. No, that was a piece of fuck you. That was a piece of shit. You know, we're doing live TV. Man, I don't care. What you gonna do about it?
I'm killing this mother. Why do you have to talk like that? Well, I'm talking to you the way I want to talk to you. You have a problem? Turn off your station. I'm the best ever.
Yo, what up, Ness?
What up?
Good interview with Jeff Mayweather. Shout out to Shawn Porter. He went out on the show retiring. A good fighter always be remembered. Bud Crawford, the highest I see him really dominating is probably 154, 160. He had big trouble. But the fight was about Spence versus Bud. Hello?
Say again.
The topic was about Errol Spence versus Bud Crawford.
The topic is Jeff Mayweather's opinion of Terence Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence right now. He feels that even with few tune-ups, it wouldn't matter. He gives the slight edge to Crawford over Spence in the fight.
You know what, though? I saw a lot of stuff in that fight before Bud did stop Shawn Porter. I feel Bud had trouble with him. I just think when I don't know what Spence we gonna get though, man. That's the only thing you don't know. You know, I got an eye injury, car injury, all that stuff like that played a factor. Took some fights out of him, but I still think it's just a higher level fight when he get in the ring with Errol Spence at this moment. I really don't want to touch base on it. I want the fight to happen. If it don't happen, it don't. You know, see Bud move up. He'll have some good fights at 154. That's my thought.
Cut it.
Yeah, man. And you guys got to remember, I'm pushing the Gennady because I know Earl ain't fighting Bud next, and I don't want him to either. And you, as a paying consumer of this sport, should not want it either because, bro, like, look at the betting lines. It was what? This is last year's betting line. 140, 120, right? Minus 140, plus 120. This year, before the Porter fight, right? Let me pull that up. I showed it to y'all live. Here it goes. So before the Bud Porter fight, he was already a minus 161, and Earl declined to a plus 129 versus the plus 120. As you can see right here on Box Live, that's minus 161 plus 129, which obviously is different from 2020's odds of minus 140. So Crawford continues to be more of a favorite, you know, and this is before the Porter fight. So once these odds get re-ranked, right, he will be a bigger favorite. So the money behind Earl would probably want him to get a tune-up. So that means Crawford will be available. And again, as a paying consumer, you should not be calling in here talking about no fucking Keith Thurman. Let that man get a tune-up. So that leaves Crawford with doing greatness like Floyd and plucking Ennis early. He could do a Showtime deal without Al. He don't even got to get into bed with Al. The same way Keith Idec of Boxing Scene and Cameron Duncan, the promoter of Ennis, told us that they are fully aware that they have to do business. This is Cameron's words. He's got to do business with someone. But not in this instance, because now we got a free agent as of Saturday. He's a free agent. So if Espinoza wants to make a great fight and shake the dice up and put it on pay-per-view, Terrence Bud Crawford, Jaron Ennis could be on pay-per-view. Now, cool, that's too soon. No problem. No problem. What else are Terrence's options? What else? In the Ring magazine, Terrence is number 2. And again, this has not been updated. This is November 4th, as you can see right here. We are on November 22nd. So once this gets updated, he may or may not pass Earl. He does have 2 belts. Earl does. I don't know how the Ring values the belt. So now, I just read something about Castano. Long story short, it looks like the rematch with Charlo may happen. Tim Tszú's on the heels of Castano, but seems like he was told that Castano may be rematching Charlo. So Charlo's off the table, you know? So Earl is off the table because he said, I got something big February and March. Either February or March, something big. So that means Ugas is off the table. Not only is Ugas off the table for Earl, but he's also off the table for Stanonius. You know? So we just taking him off the table. We also taking Stanonius off the table. Virgil Ortiz is in a eliminator with Avanesian. So he's off the table. Porter retired, he's off the table. You understand? Mikey, I put him on the table. I don't mind Mikey off the loss for Crawford. He resume building right now till Earl gets right. I don't mind that. If Eddie want to offer them a one-off for Mikey, cool. They got history in the amateurs. They could build it up, and I believe in Mikey. I believe, and by that I mean I believe that he will get up for a Bud fight. It won't just be a pay. Damn. I wish I had a producer so that could have just been like seamless. That's what I needed to be like, so it can be
payday. You want payday? I know that.
So moving on. Okay. I'll shoot Jeff some bail. Know what I'm saying? Fuck it, Crawford Castillo. I don't like that. It's not. You know, that was when he was with Top Rank. I was accepting that. I've even mentioned that as a free agent, we ain't got time for Castillo right now, or Ellis. Ellis, Rashidi, he's not known enough. So, again, just scamming this welterweight division, there's nothing truly pay-per-view worthy. We got to pay him. Remember, he made $6 million. He ain't just going to the other side of the street for free. So, I don't see these names that's going to pay him at welterweight not name Earl, Virgil, Ennis, and Mikey. But Earl and Virgil are off the table. Mikey and Ennis, we could roll the dice. Mikey don't even got to roll the dice. That's a DAZN fight. Ennis, that's a pay-per-view. You know, maybe it ain't. You know, I don't know that I wonder would Crawford take the same 6 to fight Ennis? Because he's not Porter, but he is Porter. And by that, I mean, obviously, he's not the name of Porter and the recognition of Porter, but he's every bit the threat that Porter was, and even more, you know, younger and, you know, what people are saying, more skilled. So that's why I'm saying let's get out of this division. He can't do nothing right now. You know what I mean? It's not there. So then when you move up, again, it really looks like Castano might be doing something with Charlo, you know. So the Tim Tszú fight is a beautiful option. It's a huge payday. They could sell it. He could go to Australia. He didn't have an issue going to Ricky Burns' backyard. You know, other than that, at 54, I don't really see nothing else worthy. But going down the list, Castano would be busy. Jarrett Hurd is not worth it. Laura, I don't know. We'll leave Laura with an asterisk. I don't know. He did fight Canelo. He is known. He is older. He is smaller. Maybe Laura. I don't know. I don't like it. It's not the build-up that I'm looking for. You know, I want an Adrian Broner build-up. You know, that's what I want. I want to make him bigger, you know. Look at what Jeff Mayweather said. He's a legend in this sport, and he said, I don't really know the names Crawford fought. You know what I'm saying? I know them, but I don't really know them. So, you know, the Bud extremist, just calm down. I know that he can beat Broner. I know that's not a worthy fight, but it's a builder, you know, and it's an interim fight. By interim, obviously, I mean while we wait. While we wait. Now, look, we can do the Josh Taylor one-off. We could do the Josh Taylor one-off. I don't know how big that is, though. You know, I don't know that Josh Taylor's name is, like, popping out here. You know what I mean? He did win the poll last night on third Sunday night show. He won the poll by 51%. And that was the only poll we did. Who should Crawford fight next? I gave a few options, but I did say who should Crawford fight next if Earl is not available. So, you know, the options that were there, they definitely went to Josh Taylor with 51%. But again, at 54, look, if you're going to fight Laura, who's just fought at 60, you might as well go to 60, bro, and take out Triple G. Like, I don't know. I'm going back to the phone line. I just want y'all to tell me, who's he going to fight if Earl is busy? Like, what are you guys accepting if Earl is busy? You know? I guess, again, Josh Taylor is there. Ennis is there. Mikey is there. That's 4. And obviously my options that you guys don't like, Gennady Golovkin. You know? I don't know. I don't really see anything else out there. But we'll find out from you. Let's see. I've been looking at this number thinking it's Troy, but I feel like that's a 942 instead of 943. So we'll see. And in the meantime, if I got any ringers or boomerangs, you're up. If I haven't already gone to you. And obviously the topic is Jeff Mayweather's opinion on Terence Bud Crawford versus Errol Spence Jr. If the fight were to happen now, he feels Crawford has the slight edge. Even if Earl got a tune-up or 2, he still feels, did I say Earl? You know I meant Crawford has the slight edge over Earl, even if he got 1 or 2 tune-ups. That is the topic of conversation. Secondary topic, obviously, is who should Bud fight? You know, he's a free agent. He could be back in the ring first quarter. He don't got to wait on nobody. There's networks now, not one network. So there's a date for him anywhere he looks. Anytime he wants to fight, the network will make it happen. It's just that simple. If he wants to fight first quarter and goes to Showtime, they're going to give him a date. He wants to fight first quarter with Dazn, they're going to give him a date. We know that. So just, you know, be open-minded. You know, use your imagination. Give me some good options here, you know? He's got to strike while the iron is hot. What did Jeff Mayweather just say? A lot of these guys are not household names because they don't put themselves out there. Tell the world who you want to fight and what you're going to do to him. So Stonebone, it is your job now to take this information to Bud, throw a camera in his face, and ask him, does he feel he can beat Gennady right now? Even if he'll never fight him. That's the whole point, is getting your name out there with casual fans who relate to those names. You know, people know Gennady Golovkin. Listen, Eddie Reynoso just came out. He did an interview with ESPN Deportes. He says he wants Golovkin in Mexico. He wants Golovkin in Mexico now. So that piece could be off the table if you don't strike fast. You know? And he's a unified champ. You can move up there, beat the brakes off this dude, and got another division champ. You know? So that was Ra. No, that's not Ra. Okay, see? I knew it. This is. It is you, Troy. How are you in Baltimore, sir?
Bless up. You can hear me, right?
I hear you, man.
Can you hear me? Okay, yeah. Very good fight Saturday. You asked who he should fight now that he's a free agent. We all know the first name, which is Spence. But if you look at his reaction after he saw Crawford won, that's off the table. He's never gonna fight him, ever. That fight will never happen. So scratch that. So let's look at Ennis and then Ortiz. Ortiz, I guess, to me would make more sense because they have a common opponent in Kavaliauskas, right? And Ennis is a free agent, so that shouldn't be a difficult fight to make. And he's exciting, and he has a little buzz around him. So there you have it. If I was to fight anybody, it would be Ennis or Ortiz. Thank you, man.
All right. Ennis
All right.
or Ortiz. Well, at least Ennis is available. He didn't hear the show clearly where I said Ortiz isn't available. And if I'm Team Ortiz, in which, we know his team consists of Rick Mirgan, who guided the career of Jose Ramirez, and Josh Taylor. Right? Josh Taylor? He is with MTK now, too, as well, Mirgan. But the point is this. If you are with Virgil, you do put him, again, towards Earl because that's a 2-belt fight as a mandatory. Whereas if you go the WBO route, it's a 1-belt fight with Crawford. So it's just better. It's more reward. And then you factor in all the, stuff about accidents and time off, et cetera, et cetera. Trey Miller says Ennis is not getting a fight. I mean, obviously, he's not, but it could be an option, and it's up to us. Like, this is what I'm saying. Why do other people get to do things and make it cool? Why Floyd picked Canelo early? Isn't that the fucking well, I guess technically it's not the same, so we'll stop using it right then and there. It's true. Canelo did unify before fighting Floyd, right? He fought whoever the fuck he fought, somebody for the WBC. Then he unified with Trout, and then lost to Floyd, right? Maybe I'm wrong, but whatever. He was a champion at least, and Ennis isn't a champion, so I can see why people think it's like unrealistic, I guess. We got Louisville Slugger that says boxing needs to fix this fight. 2 top 10 pound-for-pound fighters undefeated in their prime. EJ versus Bud. Winter 2020 for undisputed. Hashtag speak it, believe it, receive it. Listen, yeah, I mean, in 2022, the winner, we should know. We should know where Earl's at. That's okay. We got Gil, Castle Hill Gil, the BX says, ese negrito es de la playa de Fajardo. 100% Boricua. Cariduro de Fajardo. My whole family. The Arroyos and John Molina, all carudos. Okay. Cariduros. I don't know, man. We need do me with the pronunciation. Rider of the Storm says, good morning, Ness. And JP. Is JP even here? Based on the performance this past weekend, there is no one at 147 division who could beat Bud. He's dog walking everyone, you see? More reason to go up to 60 and get Gennady. Nobody's telling you to go get Jamal. Gennady. Ain't that what Canelo doing? Yase? He gets the weakest champion. All right. Get Gennady. He's old. Because I did say Andre, but that was just like, most feared, most avoided type of thing. It's just, the Gennady's more realistic. You can actually do that, I think. Carl Brown. Yo, I just got a new subscriber, bro. Oh, shit. Yo, gracias, mi hermano. Shout out to you, brother. Truly, truly, truly appreciate it, man. Because right now we're at 130,455. So tell a friend, man. Come on. Let's get this channel some numbers. We need numbers. Let's get there. If you haven't already subscribed to the YouTube channel, please do so. It helps with the visibility. Numbers is power, means we could get more big name guests like Jeff Mayweather. Plus, you know,
hit the bell icon, because if the bell icon ain't shaking, you ain't baking with the boxing voice. Shout out to Doomy.
That's right. And if you ain't baking, man, you just corny. Looks like we got a brand new caller. So I'm gonna go ahead and play this.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut
in the 314. That is St. Lou. Who is this?
Yes, sir. St. Louis Red out of St. Louis. I'm not a new time caller, actually. Just been out the loop for a minute. Been around from the very beginning.
Oh, shout out to you.
I'm gonna try to keep it brief.
Nah, what's your name?
Yes, sir. Because I don't know.
You said, oh shit.
St.
Hold
Louis.
on, give me a minute.
St. Louis Red. Yep.
I just unplugged myself. You said what was your name?
St. Louis Red.
Okay. St. Louis Red. Talk to us.
All right. Let me try to run this down. I love Kenny as a father and as a trainer. I think those in the ring comments caught a lot of the world off guard. But I definitely think he should go into promotion. He has a gift of gab. So in case he's listening, I wanted to throw that out there. After the 9th round, I don't know if y'all talked about this before, but was that Timothy Bradley telling Crawford that from the media table that he was behind on the cards? Somebody was communicating to Crawford that he was behind on the cards.
His
or at least
corner.
they felt that he was.
They showed his corner communicating that to him, but
He was ignoring his corner. He was talking to somebody across the ring, like outside of the ring. His corner was talking to him, trying to get his attention. He was talking to somebody else. And he was like, how? He kept saying, like, how?
Yeah, I seen that.
How?
I seen that. But there was a corner man in front of him, though, and 2 people on the side of him.
Yeah, but we thought, in my household, we thought he was talking to somebody outside the ring, and we was curious how you felt about that, if that was the case. Like, is that unfair? Like whether or not they saw the actual scorecards, if there was Bradley, for example, trying to give him the game. And Crawford even mentioned it after the fight. He smiled and said, somebody was telling him. I thought it was somebody outside the ring, but it's all love. Golovkin and Kovalev are not cherries, in my opinion. I agree with you, Ness. The guys they fought were just that good. I do believe that both are overrated, but I don't think they were cherries.
But could Bud do it? Could he beat Golovkin? After the December 29th fight. After the December 29th fight.
I'm with you, man. I want to see greatness, so I think all these guys can do it, but we don't have to force it. There's so many good fights in between those fights too.
Yeah, but all right, so who he gonna fight? Tell me, who he gonna fight first quarter?
First quarter. I also will say that I think Bud is the only actual name in the welterweight division, like established name, that would take an Ennis or Ortiz now. None of them are scared, but most of them are mindful of where they are in their careers, and they're looking at Canelo and looking at other opportunities. I think Bud will fight him now, but I don't think those fights are happening. I thought you said that he wanted to fight Thurman. I want Thurman to get a warm-up and get in the ring before that, but
yeah, but
I
that's what I'm
thought Bud
saying.
was circulating that name around.
So then he gonna not fight. I gotta get to some other calls. Thank you for calling in. You know how it works, man. You want to come back, counterpunch, $5, Ness GTO Cash App, or over here on youtube.com/The Boxing Voice. Hope you are subscribed. You said you've been with us from the beginning. I hope you ain't just been listening. Got to put in that work, man. Hit that subscribe button. But he said Ness acting like GGG a guaranteed win or something. He is. Bruh, skills pay the bills, man. It ain't never been about height. It ain't never been about weight. It's about skills, man. All right? But moving on, we got Davidian Buffalo.
Yo, what's good, Ness?
What's
up? Good, TBV family. Nothing much, man. Just got back from the gym, about to get ready for work. Man, so we talking about Earl or we talking about what Jeff said about Earl and Bud and Spence? Yeah, I mean, I would have to agree for now. But we gotta see. That's a big fight. I like that. I still want to see that. that dude from Omaha is proven to be like the best. And I want to see Earl come back. Obviously, that's not gonna happen right away, but that fight is still the biggest. I feel like the biggest fight in boxing. Them two, but yeah, the Bud fans, they got an edge up. I feel like. And could Bud beat Gennady? Of course. I feel like he can, especially now, Oh, it's Gennady.
Chant.
Cut it, cut it, cut it.
You know what I'm about to do? I'm about to text Ennis, man. I'm about to text, well, not Ennis, because he don't never answer. I'm going to text Bozy. Yo, Jaron don't never answer. Then I ran down on him in Atlanta. I'm like, yo, Jaron, what's up, man? Like, why you give me an interview in person and never answer my tape? Like, what you talking about? I showed him all them damn unanswered tape. Like, oh, I got you. You think he answered since I've been in Atlanta? No. But let's see if Bozy available. And that dead air is courtesy of no co-host. Shout out to James Payne.
Man, you on it, man.
Shout out to James Payne. Yo, who we got? We got, is that Sal in Milwaukee? Let me see if I know that by heart. What's the 4-4, James? Do you know? You ain't got to Google it, just asking.
404 is the A.
So that's GT Kid. Is this GT Kid? Let me see if I finally got that by heart. Do. GT. Nope. That's Quavo. Oh, shit. Yo, you the rapper? Can I get a sponsorship deal, man? What's up?
Nico.
Quavo.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I'm not a rapper, man. What's up, man?
Oh, shit. I wanted a deal, man.
Nah, you asked me that the first time I called a long time ago. It's been a minute since I called in, though.
Oh, all right. What's going on, champ? You must get tired of that then.
Nah, it's all good. But man, I'm out here on this road, man, driving and just listening in.
All right. So, what's your thoughts?
But I do agree with everything that Jeff said, man. Everything he said was correct. And I do want to say some things, man, because it's a lot of whole shit going on, man. I think what Errol did at the end of the fight, that was some whole shit, man. With how he just got up and walked off like that, you know? And also everybody talking about Canelo, man. Canelo been on, I just got to get this out. I know this ain't about Canelo, but he been on some whole shit ever since goddamn 155, man. When he was fighting at 155, bro, he could have been undisputed with Boo Boo, but as soon as Boo Boo lost his belt, boom, he went to.
Yo, I don't get that, yo. I don't get like why people still mad at 54. My man is fighting at 68, about to jump to 190. They still talking about 54. So this is all I'm saying about y'all logic before y'all waste y'all call or counterpunch on this. You complaining about Canelo not undisputing at 54 or 60, but you not complaining about Laura, Demetrius, and both Charlos not, well, this again, we got to always remove Jamel. He did unify. We got to remove him. But the other dude, well, Laura too, remove him. There you go. Demetrius and Charlo, you know, they haven't done nothing since 54. You know? So it's like, how do you still complain about what Canelo didn't do 7 years ago when these guys are not doing nothing 7 years ago or present day? You understand? At least he changed. At least he heard your cries and said, you know what, I'm about to undispute 68. But you ain't complaining about these other dudes that ain't done nothing on them same years. The same year Boo Boo was supposed to undispute according to you. Okay, so why when Canelo moved up, he didn't undispute? That's what I'm saying. Like, so Canelo left 54. Both Charlos was there. Why they didn't undispute? One Charlo was attempting it, but you know what I'm saying? Why they didn't undispute? Okay, he was at 60 with Demetrius and with Charlo. Cool, he left. Why they didn't undispute? Triple G don't want to fight him. So ain't it the same story then? Like, they pointing the finger at everybody else? You got to do something. That's how I look at it. Like, y'all still talking about 54, which is crazy because he unified at 54. He fought Cotto at 54. He fought Trout at 54 and Laura at 54. But you saying he didn't fight Andre. I just don't get that logic, bro. Like, fighting Floyd, Cotto, and Laura and Trout at 54 is more than enough. That's more than enough. Show me another dude that fought 4 of his contemporaries in one division. He fought Floyd, Laura, Cotto, Trout, slide in Liam. I mean, I don't understand this. This is just so weird, bro. You dudes are weird. It's crazy. It's like you're like literally hating. This guy gets ridiculed for the rest of his life because he didn't undispute 54, but the other dudes that you're protecting haven't undisputed any division. Some of them haven't even unified any division. Like, how the fuck do you continue to defend that? How are you still pointing at Canelo? Oh, look at this guy. He's the one caused all the problems. Meanwhile, he's actually unifying and undisputing and fighting dudes at 75 and fighting Floyd and fighting Laura and fighting Cotto and fighting Jacobs and fighting Kovalev and Billy Joe and Caleb Plant. I mean, what the fuck? You guys are weird, bro.
Remember, we talked about this last week, you know. It's a soup line. Everybody in the soup line waiting on the Canelo serving, you know.
Listen, man. I just hope these callers keep it about Terence Bud Crawford and Errol Spence and Jeff Mayweather's thoughts on what on that fight. And, you know, tell us what you think Crawford should do. Stop letting the biggest name in boxing eclipse everyone else. It is your fault because all you want to do is talk about Canelo. That's why he can fight Makabu. That's why he can do whatever he wants because you dudes are only obsessed with him. It's an obsession. To still be talking about his 54-pound career, it's an obsession. Like, you are obsessed. We're in a whole different fucking year. How many years ago was that? Like, it's an obsession. It's an obsession what you guys have. Ra, what up?
Yo, what up, Pain King of Tennessee.
What's good?
Yo, alright. Y'all got a good fighter coming out of Tennessee too and playing too. A good fighter showed up. But I'm gonna just give y'all quick assessments like this. Thurman is no longer in the 147 pound division. So Crawford is the man to beat. Straight like that. You know what I mean? Like, in this division, in this generation, Thurman was on pace to be one of the GOATs, you know what I mean, to go down in history as a Hall of Famer. I don't know now because he ain't, active. But Spence, though, I will say, has the best win of this generation on going over and beating Brook. That would be on ESPN Classic, that fight. But as far as Porter and his father, Porter's not a memorable fighter, neither is his father. His father's not a Hall of Fame trainer. Like, nobody's gonna remember them. Like, no fights he's been in.
Wow. I'm gonna remember them. You crazy, bro. And that's what I was saying today. Like, I hope Porter goes down like a James Toney. And not because of his accomplishments, but like the style. You know, a lot of people talk about James Toney's style and his lateral movement, his shoulder roll, Ernie Shavers is remembered because of his power. I just hope Porter is remembered because of his style. It's so unique. It's so hard to, it's like I said, who's going to be the next Porter? Is there another Porter? No, I don't know who he is, I got a cash app from Jonathan Sims that says Benavidez did better than Porter. Let that sink in. And I just think he's crazy,
90 seconds.
He got stopped later, but he got stopped just the same.
No, but I see what he's saying because he got one more knockdown than Benavidez. But I think the Porter fight was more competitive. Not to say that Benavidez wasn't competitive. I'm just saying I think Porter. Listen, you got Jeff Mayweather saying he felt Crawford lost almost the whole first half. That also made me feel good because, I mean, let me see my scorecard. I didn't give Crawford the whole.
60 seconds.
Porter the whole first half at all, but I did give Porter the first, Crawford the second, Porter the third, Crawford the fourth, Porter the fifth, Crawford the sixth, seventh, Porter the eighth, Crawford the ninth, and then by then, it was a wrap. So I had an 86-85 at the time, which is 1, 2, 3, 4 rounds to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 rounds to 4. So, that's how I had it. And, Jeff was like, he gave up too many of them first rounds trying to figure out Porter. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter because he's very sharp.
10 seconds.
Very sharp. Hawk, Maryland, what up?
Yo, what up, Ness? James Payne.
What's popping?
Hey, Ness.
Yo.
You dropped the ball, player.
What happened?
Jeff Mayweather trained Charles Martin for his last 2 fights, man. I would like to hear what he's gonna do against Ortiz.
You lying?
Yeah, Jeff Mayweather in the corner with Charles Martin. He trained him.
You sure? Because I could have sworn it was Manny Robles.
Nah, Jeff Mayweather trained Charles Martin for his last fight, last 2 fights, I think.
That's
he was
good. We'll get him back, man.
Yes.
I had fun. We'll get him back. I'm about to text his peoples right now.
Okay, cool. Yeah, he was in that corner. Yeah. What I was about to say, Errol Spence. Just my opinion. I would love to see him fight somebody first. The car accident, the eye injury. I just got to see him in the ring with somebody first. Terence Crawford. I want to see him with Taylor. Ain't no bigger name. And one thing Bob said that makes sense. Fight him over there in that stadium for pay-per-view and get international recognition.
I guess. I mean, look, I don't mind him going to another country because I am recommending Australia with Tim Tszyu. I got Boomerang, Mr. PBC. What up?
Mr. PBC, baby.
BoxingWords.com. I'm the flyest. Canelo talking about he believe he can win. Go to my kitchen. Get the sharpest knife. You cut the bullshit out. I don't care what you do good. I do every fucking thing great.
Mr. PBC, baby. Yo, what it do?
Beautiful day in the neighborhood, bro. What's going on?
It's a beautiful day in the PBC neighborhood. Everything's looking real good. The money's looking good. Bud just need to come over here. We got a table waiting for him with some chicken, some rice, barbecue sauce, bottled water, vaccine shots. We're ready for him. He signed with GSE worldwide. Shit, you can still come over here. We're worldwide. But I really don't want to see. I do want to see him first, Earl. But it kind of jerks me that he's going through all this stuff. But if he got the heart, I say he should do it. Shout out to Shawn Porter. I didn't think he would retire. I don't think he should, but he did what he wanted to do. Yeah, I mean, it's a tough subject. I mean, Shawn Porter kind of won those rounds a little bit in the early half, but he kind of gave up that jab to get inside in the mid half of the fight.
Cut it.
All right. Brandon. Actually, Keem, you were there. Are you available?
Wait a minute. You say you know boxing?
Yeah.
What is a
Maybe I don't know.
Tell me what a pull counter is.
Full counter. I've never heard that term before. That must be your term. You must have been.
No,
HBO need to fire you. You don't know shit about boxing. You ain't shit.
Yo. Can you hear me?
Yo.
What up, man? Good afternoon. Yeah, man. And I just heard somebody say that Spence's win over Kell Brook was one of what did he say the best win or something right now in boxing or what did he say something like that?
Best win in the
Oh,
welterweight division.
Oh, at welterweight. Okay. Yeah, I guess I don't know. I was gonna say he said welterweight. Now I was gonna say Bud going and fighting Post Style in his hometown while he was undefeated is big too, but that was at 140, so I guess that's pretty much.
What you mean his hometown, bro?
Well, his home country, wherever the hell he was at.
Bud ain't go to no fucking Ukraine to fight Post Style.
What they fought? Didn't they fight in the UK or some shit?
You crazy as hell, man.
Man, where they fought at?
That shit was in Vegas, man.
That shit wasn't in Vegas.
I'm about to Google it right now. You tripping.
Google
Look,
it.
I ain't even got to Google it. Stonebone already said Vegas. You tripping, man.
Oh, okay. I thought he fought that man in the
Bro, you
talking
talking about Ricky Burns, Scotland, man. You getting them confused. You like me. You like me. You don't know
actually,
country.
you know what? You're right. That might be what I'm thinking about. You're right. I do be getting them too confused, too. Burns and Post Star. Yeah, you're right. But what's the main topic of the show, man? I jumped on when I was eating lunch like 30 minutes ago. Who's Bud fighting next?
Yeah, man.
Fight Thurman, man. Fight Thurman. That's what I want. I want to see him fight Thurman. Nah, we still need that scalp on the in the backyard, man. Fight Thurman.
Nah, man.
But that's all I got, champ. Appreciate you.
I was about to hit you with the cutter. I was waiting to slap him with the cutter, man. All you do is picking on Thurman, yo. Y'all so corny. Why y'all don't want him to get back to form? Like, why you want your favorite fighter to have a win with an asterisk next to it? Like, here, this fighter beat Keith Thurman, but he did come off 28 months layoff. And by the way, Etho Cool did the math. Canelo was at fucking 54 10 years ago. I should check that myself in case he lying. Let me see when he was at 54.
Yeah, checked it.
It definitely was 2011 when he fought Kermit Sintrong. Who else he fought? He was at 54 technically since 2011. He fought Floyd in 2013. He fought Trout in 2013 at 54. He fought Angulo and Laura and Kirkland and Cotto at 54 and Khan and Liam at 54. And that was from 2011 to 2016. So 5 by 5 years, you know what I'm saying? That's a long time, man. And a lot of names. Even if you're mad at Liam and Khan, which you really can't be mad at Liam because he was a real champ at 54, but I get it. Something about that belt was maybe Boo Boo's belt. I don't even know. So even if you take those two names out, the man fought Cotto, Kirkland, Laura, Angulo, Floyd, Trout. That's enough. That's honestly enough. I don't know anybody fighting that many dudes in one division unless they had an entire career in that division. You know what I mean? But dudes that move up, like, shit, that's a lot of names. I got another Cash App, though, I ain't get to, and that is from Paper Chaser, I think. Let me see what this says. Yes, Paper Chaser. Who the hell was that? They told me, they said that, oh, that's Jonathan Sims. Okay, we know that. Jonathan Sims. Joshua says, and I think this is Josh in Dallas. He says, Danny Garcia for Bud. Walk Spence down. I don't know if he meant Danny walk Spence down or by fighting Danny and beating him, you're metaphorically walking Spence down. I don't know. It's a good common opponent. I just don't think Danny's going to fight him. Now, I will say this, though. Danny's fought some big names. He fought Porter. He fought Thurman. He did fight Earl. He wants to go to 54. I think if they offer him the right money, he'll fight Crawford. He knows him. He beat him twice in the amateurs, but it's 1-1. And again, if you're willing to go to 54, and I interviewed him, you seen my interview, he said he would fight one fight and then Jermell Charlo. He's like, he's in this for the gold. So it's like, I would, if they give me that shot, I would definitely take it. He got too many belts. So it's like, if you're willing to take those 54 punches, even though Crawford looks like a killer, I mean, isn't the death the same? Like, you're going to die at 54, you're going to die at 47. You know what I mean? You better off taking your chances with the dude that's moving up to 47, I'd say. Charlo's a big boy. At the end of the day, his twin is a twin. You know what I mean? So just because he make 54 don't mean he don't balloon up. I don't know. Danny, look, it's not like he didn't consider it when they sent the very poor offer of like $3 or $4 million flat, for an undefeated fighter at that time that still's a huge name till this day. Oh shit, St. Louis Red. 2 counter punches. Check you out. My bad, champ. How are you?
All good. All love. I just wanted to say to the callers, put some respect on Porter's name, man. Y'all crazy. I thought he did not only excellent in that fight, but he's had an excellent career. And shout out to bro. I was curious what you thought about Bob throwing around the names of Lopez and Loma. Is that a ploy to keep Shakur around, with Crawford leaving?
I think so.
It just seems interesting that all of a sudden he's talking. Ain't no fight's been made yet, but he's talking and still playing keep away with Valdez. I think that's corny.
I'm just happy.
The duck comment about.
I'm happy you noticed it. That's all. I'm happy you noticed it because some people don't see it. Like I had him on here the other day. Let me just pause your time. I had him on here the other day, and he's like, nah, he don't think his career gonna end up like Crawford's career on Top Rank, because he says all the fighters are on his side of the street, but it's like it ain't really happening though.
It's not happening. And what makes you different from Mikey Garcia or Manny Pacquiao or Oscar De La Hoya or Floyd Mayweather? Those boys had to make moves and they got bigger paydays and everything. Prior to you were just doing what Bob said. It's trash. Shout out to Bro though. I think he's super talented. The duck comment about Canelo in the cruiserweight that was confusing earlier. It's really about, it's the same thing with Davis and Barrios. I'm not saying I agree with it, but people who are throwing it out there are saying that, it's not that the fights aren't great or you're not being great, but by jumping up 2 weight divisions and potentially losing is less of a stain on your record by the feeble fans than if you were to take a loss to appear in your division, a la Lopez or Loma. Even though I think Davis beats both of them, it's more dangerous to the fickle fans if he were to lose to one of them than if he was to lose to Barrios. Undisputing and unifying is hard because of politics and cowardice. Mostly politics, though. Most of these fighters are not afraid of each other. It's mostly politics, but there's some cowardice, too. So when you're a cash cow, it's easier to make those fights. And then I think Spence and Crawford are competitive. Boxing politics and ego got in the way early, so Spence walked off partially because of the decision of how it was stopped, but mostly because he doesn't like Crawford. So once things didn't go a certain way, he was out of there.
I did give you 2 minutes plus I paused when I interrupted you. And I do want to say, it's funny, we give Spence a lot of passes. Like, he could get mad at everybody. He could not like everybody and do what he wants. I mean, he don't like Thurman, so he don't want to fight Thurman. And please don't give me Thurman now. I'm just defending, the fact that that's the stance that he took. Like, oh, he's corny, so I ain't got to fight him, even though he was the real unified champ, even though he's the one that took the O from Danny. even though he the one that unified first. You know, even though he only lost to fucking Manny Pacquiao. It's just crazy, but, you know, life, go figure, man. Boxing is so weird. But shout out to you, man, for the counter punches. I'm going out to, who's this? Arizona. Oh, look this guy. New phone number in Arizona. Let me see if my eyes are not. All right. AZ, you knew in the billing. Let's go ahead and play this.
Ladies and gentlemen, making his professional debut.
Let's go! I'm ready!
Well, obviously the second soundbite was not meant to happen. What up, champ? Who's this?
What up, Ness? It's Jeremy Rhodes.
Hey!
I've been super chatting you.
I've been seeing it. What's going on, brother?
What's up, boss?
Chill.
Hey, I just thought it was interesting that Bud only switched one time versus Porter, and he stayed southpaw the whole fight.
Yeah, that's because of the Porter style. I've already told people that, man. I don't know why they don't believe me, but like he goes southpaw is his comfort zone. If it gets tough, he's switching to southpaw, and if he going for the kill, he doing it in southpaw. I know people tell me the opposite. I don't believe that. When the shit got going and Porter start getting in his chest, he switched right to southpaw. And how'd he start catching Porter? From southpaw with the right hook. How'd he end it? From southpaw with the left uppercut. Southpaw is his favorite stance, man. To me.
For sure. And I think his next fight, what if he retires Triple G and does it better than Canelo?
That's all I'm saying. At least great minds think alike, man. Shout out to everybody out there named Jeremy, man. Y'all know what y'all doing, man. These dudes know about boxing, man. Well, all right, champ. Thank you.
My other thing
Go for
is what about Ugas? He's a southpaw specialist. Does he give Errol problems and Bud could just stay righty?
I mean, I don't know that he gonna stay righty again, man. I think his comfort zone is southpaw, man. Honestly, I think even if he fights Ugas, it don't matter who he fight. When the shit get tough or he can't figure you out, he gonna figure you out from southpaw. That's just my opinion. We'll see when he get in them fights. But I'm always feel he going to southpaw.
Word. Well, CBV for life, brother.
Thank you, brother. Jeremy, what up? Let me see. I got another cash out. I think St. Louis Red coming right back. All right, Lou. What'd he say? Is this a counter? And he says, nah, all the Spence stuff is corny. I agree. Okay, so you just cash apping. All right. Brandon, we never went to you, right? I think something happened. Something happened, right? All right.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price goes.
Oh shit, Brandon, my bad. My Gene Bear, what up? Yo, y'all know I'm a pothead, right? Y'all know I'm a pothead, and we forget short-term shit. So, my Gene Bear, apologies, playa.
It's all good, brother. You know, no harm done. All right, so I'm gonna go. I got two picks. If the Earl fight doesn't happen, and I don't know why it can't happen. He's saying no tune-ups. He's also saying, he doesn't have anything scheduled.
Bro, so you won't pay for fight. Let me pause this because I'm interrupting, right? But you won't pay $39 for a stacked card, but you want to pay $80 or $100 for a handicap match.
Wait.
No.
Hold on.
Don't answer me. I just want to say that I'm pressing play, dog, because your boxing shit's been all over the place these last couple of days.
Not a tune-up, a good fight. A decent name. I just don't think that Charles Martin is a name. I would have rather seen. I would have paid for Ruiz and Ortiz all day. I don't have a problem paying for that. And now that Stone Bone did give me a discount for Porter, Bud, I'm able to afford that $39.99 bullshit. So I am gonna buy it. All right?
Bruh, you got like $18, $16. Stop it. That like you put in the rest towards it because you want that fight, and more people talking about it. You see somebody else called into my he fighting Charles Martin.
Hawk was the one that brung it out. Yeah, man. But listen. real quick. So if Spence doesn't take the fight, why not take Danny at 54? You know, you don't have to cut that much weight. It shows that you're able to keep your power at 54, or take Lubin at 154. Get that knockout. Show everybody your power does move up. I think I like both of those fights, but Ness, great show, brother. Keep it moving.
Lubin, that came out of nowhere. That's what I'm saying, Lubin. I get it. I'm pushing them too far up. That's why nobody's, only us great minds are jumping to the Gennady fight. You guys are saying Lubin and Danny at 54. Let Danny ass stay at welterweight. He gonna fight Crawford. What the fuck we gonna do a catch weight at 54 for two welterweights, bro? Actually, two lightweights. Yo, wowzers. Jonathan Sims, what up, man?
Can you hear me?
I hear you.
Hey, good morning. Hey, and thanks for a show, man. Another show, always appreciate it. And far as the Canelo topic, you're absolutely right. So just keep your neck on them dudes. But in reference to Keith and Earl, I might disagree with you, man. I feel like you babying these dudes. This is Keith's profession. And can I fancy you by the names of Floyd Mayweather, Oscar De La Hoya, Shane Mosley? What does those names have to do with this? They all had a 2-year layoff and fought big names on their comeback. So if they can do it, what's wrong with this generation doing it? And yes, if you want to call it a handicap match, put Earl Spence ass in the ring with Bud, because out of his own mouth, he said tune-ups are for fighters unsure of themselves. So are you unsure of Keith or Bud Spence? Is that why you don't want them in the ring? And yes, give me a counter. Fuck it. We running it. We running the mill. So are you unsure of them? Because I'm not. These are professional fighters who get paid millions of dollars to fight. Get your ass in the ring and swing. Nah.
I don't know about all that, man. Like, just because Earl said he don't need a tune-up, I mean, it's crazy because we had professionals on when the announcement happened, and people were acting like, bro, he needs X amount of time off, and then he needs X amount of time to do this, before he could spar. And now we rushing him into a fight with a dude that's obviously very great, Why not be sure that he's 100%? I don't understand what's wrong with that. I don't know. Why do we want to pay $80 to $100 for, a fight that obviously we can get down the line? It's going to be there if he's, 100%. Same thing for Keith. Setting these unfair standards. Oh, Mayweather and Mosley and everybody he said, he just blankets it like they all had 24 months out the ring when Keith has 28 months out the ring. And Floyd had 18 months, and he fought Marquez, who was a smaller man moving up, plus Floyd blew weight. Give some context, man. Like, yeah, give fucking Keith a Marquez type of 140-pounder. I don't know, Regis, right? A Regis, a Jose Ramirez, a Maurice Hooker. Give him that. You talking about getting there with fucking Earl off of damn near 3 years. Like, why? Dudes just want to use my man's name, man. You just want to use my man's name. Keem said he want a counterpunch. Who asked for a counterpunch? Oh, Jonathan Sims asked for a counterpunch. Sorry. What's up?
Yeah, you might have not misheard me as I was dropping the knowledge on you. I don't want to hear that shit, man. These dudes is professionals getting paid millions of dollars. Stop making fucking excuses. Because what are we gonna wait till they're fucking 40? How old is Keith at this point? Like, stop with the bullshit, dog. They need to fight now. We've been waiting and waiting and waiting. All you're gonna do is keep stringing that shit along, and then we're gonna complain that we never got the fights. I don't care. If I gotta pay my money, get your ass in the ring. Like, stop with the BS. And to the people who talk about Earl leaving the ring, if your excuse is because he wasn't happy because of the way that fight ended with Porter, that's BS, man. Porter is not his fighter. He don't represent Porter in any fashion. The point of him coming was to stake his claim as the 147 king, and he refused to do that. And him leaving early showed that. So let that go, man. He don't want Bud. And me and Adrian Taylor told you that, Ness. He don't want that. Well, we said the fight wasn't happening, but that day showed he don't want the fight.
Keith is 32 years old. He about to have a birthday. It's, where is it? Shit, I lost it. I thought it said November. Where the fuck did his birthday go? Right there. Dang. Oh, shit. His birthday tomorrow. I should look good and text him.
Do that, Ness. Do that.
Who this? This says hashtag God bless. Is that Paper Chaser again? Oh, that okay. So that's Jonathan Sims. All right. So now we got Brandon, who we played half his intro 2 times, Brandon, and ain't get you on. Let me double check. Ain't nobody cash app you and cut your thrizzo. No, Keith Thurman tells me he is more than willing to fight Terence Crawford this summer. I believe that I have the skill set and capabilities to challenge Crawford in a way that he has not been challenged yet at 147. Now he calling it a challenge. See why I don't want Keith to fight him? You see? First, you could beat Bud. Now you could challenge Bud. Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here. Where's my Canelo soundbite? Nah, this is exactly why he need a tune-up. He don't even sound like the Thurman we know. When the fuck we heard Thurman say he gonna challenge somebody, man? The fuck? No way.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Please.
Please, man. Don't come back until you, man. Let me text. I should set a reminder text on his birthday. I'm gonna look corny texting the day before. Y'all should remind me tomorrow during tomorrow's show to text him tomorrow. We're going to say happy
That
birthday.
ain't corny, man. You just beating everybody to the punch, chump.
We're going to say happy birthday and be like, what up, champ? Jump on this show, man. Why you out here Capadonna and shit? Talking about
Let's
you
get your
challenge.
thoughts on this Bud guy.
Nah, man. He ain't challenging nobody. You either beating dudes or you not. Fuck you mean you challenging?
Get the fuck out of here, man. Please.
Man. Brandon, man, what up, man? I ain't even gonna check if there's anything. I've left you waiting for so long.
Hey, whole nother time zone. Jumped up for back with our mind on. Can't play when you here, get your life stole. If you bring it here, then the price grow. Phone jabbing and punching the line long. I drop a pigeon, let 9 go. We slap with the fake glass and white go. This only happens in Ohio.
Oh shit, and you sent the counter punch. I'm gonna add it to your call, champ.
Yeah, man. I don't get no respect around here as your best caller, man. I'm gonna be appreciated when I'm gone.
Yo, CYP, technically CYP won, man. Remember, y'all did a vote. We gotta respect it until a new vote is done. He's the caller of the year.
Okay, I'm cool with being number 2. He's a respectable guy to be number 2 behind. But hey, let me say this. I got on ESPN Plus this morning. Guess what I see, man? The fight's still on there. Thank you, top ranking ESPN. I can go back and watch the fight, unlike other networks who only watch it one time.
And I'm gonna pause because I'm interrupting. And you could watch it on multiple TVs at the same time. I was here and my wife was over there watching it in the room. So boom, boom.
Gotta love it. Come on, Mr. PVC, step it up, brother. But as far as Bud next fight, I got 3 options. I would like to see the Josh Taylor, if he can't get Errol, Josh Taylor, Virgil Ortiz, or Boots Ennis. I don't want to see Keith. I don't want to see Danny. I don't want to see them old irrelevant niggas who ain't never really been that great. They just been promoted well, who I know Bud can beat. see them. I don't want to see them, man. That's that Millennium Tour shit. Soldier Boy, Bow Wow ass niggas. I don't care about Danny and Keith and them. Give me the Young Guns or give me Josh Taylor, somebody who's earned the right to fight. But shit, Keith ain't irrelevant, man. He ain't popping. His name ain't popping. That nigga's like some FUBU jeans. He just ain't popping. And as far as what people been saying about Bud beating Earl, man, how the tide has changed. Years and years of me debating this shit with you clowns, and now y'all finally seeing the real. I'm glad y'all just see the real now, man. And y'all ain't blinded by that fake shit no more. I'm glad. My work here is done. I might leave TBV altogether. Y'all finally waking up. But other than that, yeah, man, Buzz the truth. He's number one.
Cut it out. Shout out to my Jimbe with this little stat from Mr. Montero. Wow. Perspective, bro. Let me see if this flips. No, that don't look good. Let me see. Nah. Hopefully this looks better. Damn. All right, we're going to have to show it like this. Bro, Michael Montero says, please stop talking about Keith Thurman fighting Terence Crawford. Thank you. 0 fights in the last 2 years. 2 fights in the last 4 years. 4 fights in the last 6 years. His last elite win was Porter in 2016. Chill, Chizzy. Let that man get a tune-up, yo. Like, you don't want your man to be great if you're trying to get him to fight Thurman next, man. You want some padded records type of shit, man. And that's okay, because I'm patting too by giving him Broner, but we know what the fuck Broner is, man. You know? He's a...
Cause I'm an island boy. I'm just trying to make it. Oh, I'm an island boy.
Nah, no he not. No he not. Broner gonna fuck me up. Broner gonna fuck me up. Yo, we going out to the producer. Yo, producer, I need that Island Boy little higher, man. Turn that shit up in the headphones so this shit low.
Island boy.
We need that louder.
Trying to make it. Oh, I'm an island boy. Hey, I'm a just island boy.
Yo, how them dudes got famous? That is insane, bruv. Brandon, what up?
Let's start with this. I'm a creative genius.
SDS.
And now, the most dangerous producer on YouTube, Brandon in Houston.
Brandon in Houston. SDS Promotion.
Yo, man, look, we need to stop with all this jumping around weight classes, trying to make these fantasy ass fights with this orchestrated greatness, man. Let Crawford stand 47 and whoop everybody up since everybody claiming he's the man. Let him fight Ortiz, let him fight Ennis. You know what I'm saying? If Errol don't want to fight, then he gonna look weak. He gonna look pathetic. And then, after you beat everybody of note, then move up to 154. You know what I'm saying? The next division up. Stop trying to jump and fight somebody like Triple G, man. Like, leave Triple G alone, first and foremost, even at this age. Because we seen that Crawford's chin ain't made of granite. You know what I'm saying? So if Triple G catch him or something, I ain't no telling. He might not get up. So I'm saying, leave Triple G alone. I don't care how slow you think he is. That's like 12 rounds since you gotta be on your. And Crawford will exchange. Like I said, that's why I think Ortiz will knock his ass out, because he love to exchange. He get real bold and just
Bruh,
but
you disrespectful.
my point is,
Ortiz will knock him out.
I've been saying that. Me and J-Man got a bet on that, man. I've been saying that, so I'm saying let Crawford do his thing at 47.
Your time is up, so I'm definitely interrupting. Actually, they said that Brandon is caller number 3, J-Max number 2.
Oh shit!
Yeah.
Shout out to J-Max.
So
Damn,
Brandon keep dropping slots, man. That's crazy.
They dropping him in the rankings, man. And you ain't even doing that. They dropped you in the rankings, man. Them Bud boys out here though. I'm still Team Spence. I'm gonna stay Team Spence. He didn't get up because he was scared. He got up because he didn't like the stoppage, man. Stop capping on Spence, man. Keep his name out your mouth.
Yeah, man. He from Texas, y'all. That don't fault him. You know what I'm saying? He's got to defend, and it is what it is. You know.
That beat still bumping. I'm still waiting on my chance to get on that beat.
There you go. Shit. Yo, so who you think wins if it happens right now? Ennis and Terence.
Boots.
Wow.
Psych. I'm playing this bull.
No. You know what they say? What you first say is what you really meant. So you can't take it back. You know what I mean?
Man, it's just like
you
I
can
want
take
some,
it back. You can take it back. But what I'm saying is, people probably won't believe. They're probably gonna go with what you first said, and that's okay. I mean, he's young and hungry, and he's a natural welterweight where Crawford moved up. Yes, at this point, Crawford is definitely a full-fledged welterweight, but it still ain't a natural welterweight, right? So, but we gonna set up that poll anyway because we got boomerangs and stuff to get to. And maybe we'll see an answer from the public of, Jaron Ennis versus Crawford. Who wins and how? How do you think it happens, though?
The victory?
Yeah, like who wins and how?
All right, so I see. Real talk, I do see Bud winning that fight right now, man. I just said Boots to get the people excited. I know Line 6 are like that, but I see Bud getting that done just because of the experience, man, and his ability to get in and get out and to switch it up and fight with so many different ways, man. It's just gonna be too complex. I think that if it was an inside, I think Boots could be more effective on getting on the inside than Shawn was. If he's on the inside, I think he could do some good work, but I think that Boots right now leaves himself open for too many counter attacks, and I think Bud would just feast on it, and ultimately that would be the difference in the fight. That's just my opinion.
We got Carl Brown. We said that. Antonio McMillian. Damn, that's a dope name. McMillian. That's all right, champ. Antonio McMillian. Come on, Ness. Crawford and EJ was talking that talk. Zero bullying in that clip. What? Shh. Let's bet 100,000. Let's bet $1 million. You getting that money, right? Yeah, that like I said, man, that shit remind me of Menace Society. Darkwing. Whoa. We gonna stop there. Bud smiles when he's hurt. Almost got knocked out by Gamboa and was smiling. Come on, bro. You gonna talk about something from what year that was, man? Y'all tripping. That's old news, bro. He ain't almost get knocked out by Porter, and that's all that matters. You only as good as your last fight, man. You know what I'm saying? What has Gamboa done for you lately? I think nothing. Fred Robinson. We really have to stop the narrative of Earl ducking Bud. Errol Spence Jr. is ducking Bud. He get belts in the same division with no red tape. Hashtag blame Bob. So I guess he meant isn't ducking Bud because it makes sense. I'm going to have to fucking we really have to stop the narrative of Earl ducking Bud. Yeah, he didn't put isn't. He put is ducking Bud, but then he put he is get belts. You guys got to just slow down. Even though you're driving, slow down. Mr. Calderon, would Broner be a nice tune-up for Errol Spence Jr.? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. And if it happened, I would say this. I told Bud to do it. I've been telling Bud to do it. You know what I'm saying? I've been saying, fight Broner. Boomerang, Mr. PBC.
All right. Niggas must think it's soft over here at PBC. We're not Canelo. We're not Cinnamon. We're going to get these niggas in the ring. It's restock season. You want to go over there with Maurice Hooker? Keith Thurman, do your job. Errol Spence, get in that ring. Start running from niggas. Making us look soft out here, nigga. I mean, at the end of the day, Keith Thurman, do your sit ups because we're gonna put you in the ring or we're gonna send you over to the zone and get our money back from you. Black Friday's coming up, and y'all niggas better come up with this shit. Cause we gonna get our money back. We're gonna find out who got our $500. At the end of the day, I want to see Bud versus Keith Thurman. Fuck all that soft talk. I don't give a fuck if Keith Thurman came off vacation and Bermuda Triangle. He gonna get in that ring or he gonna go to the zone with Maurice Hooker.
Better not duck me, son. You better not duck me, son.
The hate is real for the champ, man.
Whatever happened to that Keith, man? I remember that.
You know
Keith.
what happened, man? My man, listen, I did an interview one time. I was in camp, and he made $600,000 off the sale of a house, man. So it's just like, you know what happened, bruh. He went to see Earl fight in the UK and went on a world tour and met his wife in like Nepal. You know what I'm saying? Like, life hit him. And until he shows us that dog, why do you want to fake win? But I get it, man. Everybody wants trophies. You know what I'm saying? Even if they don't mean shit. Mike Wilkins says, Spence versus Bud. Great fight, but I like Spence by KO. Wow, look at you. Because that was not winning the poll, my friend. Carl Brown, let me double check it. Carl, I think you're on numero 3. Okay, Carl, so it says 2, almost. It says, I think Spence still beat Bud. Let's not forget how Spence do his opponents. Real talk. He's a killer in that ring. Hashtag man down. Hashtag ain't been a man down since. Can we get a fact check on that, James? When the last
fact check on what last KO?
On the last man down. They ain't gonna like that. They ain't gonna like it. You know they done fucked up.
Oh,
right?
Compos. I can do that off the top of my head.
You know you done fucked up. You know you done fucked up, right? You can't go
Who
at
that, me?
Spence. No, me. Can't go at Spence. You crazy? Can't call man down, not man down. That remember that? That's like Keith when he.
It's Ocampos.
That's like Keith when he used to say one time and everybody changed it to run time, and sometimes now it's the same thing for Keith. I mean for Earl, it's like man down. Used to be sometimes, not in a long time. What year was that though, Ocampos? What year? How many months has been since we get a knockdown? Did we? Oh no, he got a knockdown though, so it's still man down in theory.
Yeah, but that was like a clippage.
He knocked down Porter. It's still in theory, but you know, man down. I guess man down could mean put your man down. It ain't got to mean, you know, man down knockout. But you know, man down knockout sounds better though, right?
Which knockdown was more emphatic on Porter, the Spence or the Crawford?
Oh, you know which one, man. You know which one.
I know, but I asked you.
Porter versus Crawford, man. He did Porter like nobody, man.
Listos pe los chingazos. Listos pe los chingazos.
Ain't nobody did that to my man Porter. But Jeremy, who just called in, popped that cherry, and got a super chat, says, Lil B-Hop gonna tell Jeff.
I know my body. Yeah, I know Shakur body. Shakur know my body.
Mr. Calderon says, wild choice, but how about Andre? What you mean wild choice, dog? Listen, you listen to this show. Stop trying to act like you heard that on your own. Like you just made that up in your little cabecita. When you know damn well Ness said that, and I got it here on Instagram.
That was June of 2018, champ.
What, his last knockout?
Yep.
Holy shit, we about to go on 4 years? Ay, ay, ay. So I said that a day ago, which was Sunday. Here it is right here. I even made a little side-by-side for Instagram, and we got the people talking about it. You know what I'm saying? People, know what I'm saying? But I agreed Andre might be too big. You know, that was the wrong choice. Because then Majid put us on Golovkin, and it was like, oh, yeah, he's ripe. He's ready. He's ready to be whooped, as Virgil Hunter say. He's ready to be whooped. Let me see what we got here. Little quick intermission, right? We ain't do this in a while, man. I want to see some support, man. We got Border Wars coming up in a couple days.
Is
So
Plant
I
City,
hope to see you
Florida.
guys out there in Border Wars, Plant City, Florida. Shout out to my guy. I'm saying my guy because I read a lot of messages and screen names I don't remember. But yesterday he hit me up. He wanted tickets. I sent them towards Doomy and boom, he bought his tickets.
December 11th, Plant City, Florida. Border Wars 13, where mortal men become winter soldiers. Fight! Jerome Lambert versus DeMarcus Surefire D. Terrell Fireflame Harris versus Pablo ASAP Garcia. Twin Munios versus Sir Isaac. Zeke the Freak versus Esteban. Tyler Williamson versus Joe Santoro. And our chubbyweight title fight. Eddie Bola DeGrassa versus Big Supermex. Lineal title fight. Showkid versus Canadian Jose. And our main event for the light heavyweight title. Marvin the Tank Furman versus Elias the Lion Lioness. Best of luck to all brave winter soldiers. Now it is time to get in the ring and swing. If you wish to participate or attend this event, contact Nest GTO on Instagram for details.
TheBoxingVoice.com.
Finish him!
This message was brought to you by SDS Promotions.
Man, when we gonna do a Border Wars prediction show, man?
Oh, I mean, fight week. Fight week. Did we ever get to LV Slugger?
I ain't heard him.
Only time y'all see me in Rays is when I turn into the Bronze Mama.
I want a body, and he gonna be the body.
The ambulance better be ready. The medical better be ready. The referee better be ready. They better have that towel to be able to throw it in.
SDS Promotions.
Was he right?
LV Slugger.
TBV, what up? What up?
What up?
Yeah, man, I've been saying Bud to beat Spence, even before the car wreck, before the eye injury, I've been seeing the skill set, the things he been doing. A lot of people been saying, he ain't had a resume, and discrediting his opponents, but I feel like with this past weekend performance, it just proves, once you get in the ring with that man, you just don't come out the same. You dig what I'm saying? So a lot of credit to that man, I just hope he, get a big fight next. Miss me with that Boots stuff, like that Boots. That man ain't did nothing. That's high risk, low reward. You keep trying to compare it to Canelo. Canelo was unified, done won belts and shit when he fought Mayweather, so that ain't no good comparison with that one. So I wouldn't fight Boots. Josh Taylor, undisputed champion 140. I like that fight, but hopefully Keith can get a tune-up early James. Get Bud versus Keith next summer. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm hoping for. Errol can get that that unification. Ex winner.
Majid, Ohio. What up?
Yo, I might run into bad service, but everybody like the video, subscribe to the channel, join YouTube members and Patreon for something. Hey man, I'm still on my bullshit. If Spence don't know, if Crawford can't work with PBC and get that title fight, I'm still calling for that Triple G smoke if he beat Murata. We just got to do something to sell them up. We got to do something to sell the public. So if we can't get those 147 titles, then fuck it. Let's go up to 160 and beat up the old man. Other than that, Lil Charlo, he ain't run that rematch back for Undisputed, so he ain't going nowhere. So, that's my first option if Spence and them don't make the fight happen or whoever. I want to see that Triple G at 160 just to say you did it like everybody. Feelings later. I'm out.
All right. We got CYP.
What up? What up? What up? Let me know if you hear me.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, man. In honor of this party I went to celebrating my Latino brethren, I thought about this, man, and I heard a lot of there was this word that kept going around. It was like le. Andrade and Charlo fight. Le. They kept singing that goddamn song, and I asked them. I said, when was y'all singing that song when Caleb and Caleb wasn't fighting and Billy Joe wasn't fighting? None of them fought, but it's le. David Benavidez fought Charlo. Like, y'all need to cut that bullshit out. Secondly, if you are a dad who owes thousands in child support. If you're a dad who owes thousands in child support, don't go talking about Kenny Porter, who's made his child millions of dollars. You understand what I just said? If you owe child support, hold him down, your son. Don't complain about a man who's held up his son for millions. They build different. Their relationships is different. Stop hating. CYP out. Le. Opa.
All right.
Hit the thumbs up button.
So, Mark Blake, I keep adding you. I don't know what's going on, my friend. Try one more time. In the meantime, we'll start with the boomerangs. Actually, did we get the stainless today?
I ain't heard my guy Stainless. What up? Tell me you got that tell me you got them lyrics too. We cooking us on special for you next. That Border Wars track going hard.
I don't even know if this Mark.
While the dead air is going, please hit the thumbs up button. It helps with the visibility of the show. Make sure you like this episode and each and every episode of The Boxing Voice. And while you're at it, go ahead and hit the subscribe, the bell icon. You want to make sure that bell is shaking.
My bad. I thought I heard you pause. Go for it. You done?
Make sure that bell icon is shaking, because if it ain't shaking, you ain't baking with The Boxing Voice. Shout out to Doomy. This is the illest, trillest, dopest boxing podcast in the solar system. Back to you, Ness.
Back to stainless.
Red belt, black belt, WO and green. I'm king. Undisputed GOAT, TBE. And you can catch the news first on TBV. Voice of the people now let me speak. Scientists of the sweet, BOXING.
Yo, TBV, what's good? You can hear me?
Yes.
Yo, happy Monday, man. We done had another great fight weekend. I don't know about y'all, but I woke up feeling good yesterday, and I'm right back with it today. Is the conversation really, can Bud beat Errol?
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to say yes at this point, man. So some of us, the early back calls, me, Stonebone, CYP, J Mac, NO, PBC, you know what I'm saying? We used to talk it, and it's obviously been a debate back there for years, but for me, based on last Saturday's performance, I have to give Crawford the advantage and possibly even a knockout. I mean, if nothing else, we know that he's a durable guy that can take shots. His chin's better than we give credit for. We still trying to go off Gamboa. We found out that, like I said, he knows timing, he knows speed, he knows distance. He's the cleaner puncher, and the thing that I worried about was his temperament, you know what I'm saying, that dog in him. And he showed with the Porter fight that he can keep that dog on the leash when he needs to. So I got to lean towards Crawford, man. I got to get back to work, though, man. That's all.
Cut it. Intrigue, you're not a real Thurman fan. You starting to come out. I'm starting to notice that shit. My man out here trying to use Fury as the example, talking about how many tune-ups. No, he said how long was Fury out the ring before he fought Wild? Bruh, Fury got 2 tune-ups. He had Pineda and Stephen Safari, then almost beat Wilder to a draw. Then got 2 more tune-ups with Andre, what is it, Schwartz and
What's on Wallin?
and Valine, and then beat Wilder, and then didn't get a tune-up, which he tried. Think about it. He tried to fight Ajit Kababel, and they wouldn't let him. Like, you dudes are tripping, bro. Tune-ups is real, man. These dudes, there's no tune-up shit. That's Earl, and that's okay. You know, he could go down in history as the first dude to, like, do no tune-ups and prove that, like, you know, not everyone needs them, but, bruh, he got tune-ups. Yeah, you want to say, Nat, look at the producer. Oh, Wallin was no tune-up. Yeah, now it was no tune-up. It was back then.
Tune up till he was, right?
My gym bag, stainless. All right. So, Coach Rivera. All right. Just listening. So, Boomerang, J-Mac. I'm eating sushi today. J-Mac, going once. Coach Myers, you next. Oh, all right, so Myers, once he's done, you can jump right on. Go for it, J-Mac.
Hey, yeah, shout out to Jonathan Sims. Adrian Taylor was the, I think, cruiserweight, maybe light heavyweight. That used to be spawned with Errol, and he was trying to tell you that he said he was afraid of Bud. So I think I heard him make reference to that, and I think my brother was telling me something that Adrian Taylor said about EJ. And you know, they was real tight. You interviewed him, actually. For his Bud moving up to fight Golovkin, I think Bud got a lot of fights, marquee fights and talents. He don't have to jump from weight class to do imaginary shit, to try to do imaginary things and fix fights and do all this when he got the talent right around. So I would love to see him clean up this talent that he got around at 147 and definitely at 154. And if Triple G still pushing his Walker in a wheelchair, go pick him up and take that win. But that's what Bud need to focus on, his own greatness, not lining himself up to fight Canelo. That's my call.
Yeah, I ain't saying nothing about lining himself up to fight Canelo, but you said, you know, in one sentence he says, take care of your business, but I would like him to see him especially at 54. So it's like, so we could see him at 54, but not 60. You know what I mean? So okay. And if your goal is for him to clean up, so then you know we should be good with an Ennis fight. We should be good with a Virgil Ortiz fight. You know, Conor Ben. These dudes that are not all the way developed because you want him to stay there and reign supreme. You know, we shouldn't be cool with Thurman, who hasn't fought in almost 30 months now. You know, yeah. So Coach Myers is giving you his boomerang, so we'll save you for last, just so we don't, you know, have a double dosage. We're going to my gene bet. I mean, where is PBC? He's not there. So my gene bet boomerang.
Just wanted to thank you for asking Jeff Mayweather my question, but it definitely sounded like he wanted Fury AJ than the third fight. So. But as always, Jeff is a great interview, man. He has a lot of insights, and he's straightforward. He always says his opinion. So, great interview, brother. Keep it going.
Stainless boomerang.
Might be back at work.
Stonebone boomerang.
What up? What up? What up?
What up?
Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Bud, listen, Bud got attacked online very strong by the Errol Spence fan club when he said, I don't want to fight Earl next. Earl needs to fight. Listen, if I beat Earl and knock him out, he was telling you they're going to criticize me when I stop him because he stayed at the weight too long. He said it publicly. I don't want to fight Earl and Keith until them dudes get a fight, because what they going to say when I beat him up, they going to say, oh, he ain't fight. When you said it, when you went from saying the 2 years plus to 30 months now, like the months just make it sound like a prison sentence, you know, like Keith in here counting calendars, you know, so he know that. Bud know that he been seeing the criticism right now. Shawn Porter was down twice and could barely get up, and they saying his dad them fixed the fight. If you're gonna fix the fight, you don't let your son get hit in the chest. When you saw when he was sitting that first knockdown, he couldn't breathe. He had to stick his tongue out and like that, bro. Like you don't let your son go through that if you're gonna fix a fight. Why go 10 rounds? Like this shit is ridiculous. He know if he fight Keith off a 30-month layoff and Earl.
And it's true, man. Let me screen share what they're doing on the internet. Look, this is the Oscars. It's a meme. It says Crawford Porter, all nice gold. It's got Shawn in the tux, Ken in the tux, and they're saying that they fixed the fight, you know, that there was a fantastic performance, that they acting, you know, which is crazy, man. It's crazy. See, for me, the difficulty, James, is always like knowing how good Crawford was. Like you could see the skill, but it's like, you know, obviously, you know, it's the level of opposition matters. It's like, you know, you've been on a basketball court, dog. Like you can, you know, you could dunk on some people. You can't dunk on everybody because some people defense is better than others. So it's like it's levels. And, you know, I was a bit hesitant, but Porter, you know, it's Porter, man. You can't take anything away from Porter. I don't care about Porter's interview on Fight Hype and the fact that, you know, he's been thinking of retirement. He's still Porter, and he still never got hit this much. He's saying that out his mouth, you know? So it's hard to discredit Terence for this performance at this point, you know what I mean? For me anyway.
Nah, I got to get a man his flowers while he here to receive them, man. Like, he did it, you know? I didn't expect that. Like at first I was with the community and I was thinking late round stoppage. I backed off of that and was going more the decision route, and I never should have backed off of that. He did exactly what a lot of the people in the community thought he would do.
I know, which is crazy. Stoppage. Let me tell you, and that's what I'm saying. We really need to make money together, man. Can you think about that for 1 second? We had about 7-8 people that we know for 3 years now telling us it was going to be a knockout by Crawford and telling us either 9, 8, 10, 11.
10.
You know?
Like specifically. You know? I can remember
the bookies,
several people.
Bro, the bookies didn't think that. The bookies was giving you plus money for Crawford by knockout. The Crawford in the 10th round was plus 1,600, bro.
Yes, sir.
That's insane. Sir. That means that we're smarter, and I'm putting myself in that category even though I'm not, because you guys are the ones that were right. I was not. But still, this community is smarter than the bookies, man. We need to make money together.
That's my proposal to you, Ness. Like, man, let's bring back the betting show and take it to the next level, man. Me and you, like, we're going to do that. We're going to have the TBV betting hour where we gonna go through the betting lines, the prop bets, all this shit, and we gonna bust this shit down by the molecule. You feel me?
It's crazy, man. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy to think that those dudes, we always say the bookies get it right, and they was wrong this time, and a lot of us was telling us, a lot of the community members was saying it was wrong. What's up?
The funny thing is, we could go back several months, and if you just listen back to some of these calls, it was guys calling for late round stoppage on Caleb. There was a guy I remember that they called the Sandor Martin, saying not even saying the win, but just saying like the money.
Yeah, that was
something
Trav.
On it.
Trav FDY called Sandor Martin. And obviously there was a shitload of Canelo people calling late round stoppage for Canelo.
The wilder shit. People was calling for a round. It was rounds that I heard people was calling for the stoppage. In that, I mean, man, these callers, the community be on it, man. So I think it, man. You know, we need to have more credence when these guys be saying what they be saying, man, because the proof is definitely in the pudding, and I'm getting tired of waking up on this Sunday morning with that kitty a little empty. You know what I mean?
That's another thing. London Runs Boxing. I'm in a group chat with him, and he put in there something like, "Yo, the odds just shifted from rounds 9 through 12. The bookie see something, and he made a $20 bet, won like 580 pounds.
Jesus Christ!
So." Again, we got mad community members that know, man. It's just about being able to trust them. I should have, I should have put the $10. Even $10, I'd have been feeling so much better if I'd have just listened to him, Stonebone, and put the 10 on round 10. That would have made me 170, man.
Man.
I'm just, I believed in Porter. It's fucking Larry Wade's fault. Both times. I swear, man. I believe in his training. And Caleb and Shawn been with him for, he posted something the other day, bro. I think Shawn been with him 8 years. It's like, how the fuck? I just thought that stamina, it hurts, bro. Both of those dudes let me down. But guess this little fun fact. The Bud Spence confrontation was November 16th, 2018 at the Hooker Salcido fight in ESPN, and it was in Oklahoma.
Yeah.
A little over 3 years ago. I was wrong. I thought it was the Texas fight with Ramirez. So this is what I'm saying. This shit been bubbling way too long, bro. It's been bubbling way too long. Like, they really need to get this shit together. But I still want my tune-ups. Moving forward, we got Dre Dot that says, isn't it tough to get Thurman this quote-unquote tune-up fight for him to get paid the type of money he wants? When I hear tune-up, I think non-pay-per-view and less money. Yeah, you might be right. And I know you heard Keith Idec say Thurman wants a lot of money. And look, maybe Thurman just needs to come to his senses, But as a Thurman fan, I'm telling y'all, I do not want to see him accept a big fight for a big check just to lose. Like, get the fuck out of here, man.
Yeah.
No. No. Ed Rock says Andrade will fight the winner of Triple G versus Murata. After unification, Andrade can pressure Jamal for undisputed crown. Canelo is the undisputed duck. Okay. Meanwhile, he is undisputed.
Right.
AO Biz says, Ness, Bud brings you in as PR manager. What's your game plan to make him a superstar? Some kind of media training or just more interviews? I ain't gonna say media training, but definitely we will prep him. We will prep him on certain things to say for sure. On a little more smiling, a little more Shakur, a little less Bud. Bud needs to be as mean as he is in the ring, man. But he's definitely got to open up a little bit. They don't really need to do anything. All they got to keep doing is letting him be interviewed by Tim Bradley and Andre. They get him to open up. And you know what? I can't leave out my dudes, man. Ak and Barack. Them dudes really get him to open up. He really likes Barack. And he wrestling with Ak. So those the dudes, man. Listen, at this point, Bud don't got to interview with everybody. He just got to do enough interviews with everybody that he fucks with. So he could do the Brian Custers of the world, turn around and then do Ak and Barack on Dazn, because now that's two different platforms, right? And then you turn around and you get on Max Kellerman, Max on Boxing. But he's got to use these tools. You can't just wait till you get a fight. Like right now, if he likes any of these ideas, if his idea is Thurman, hunt Thurman down. Use these channels and platforms. Max will give him the airtime. He could call Stephen A. Smith. I'm sure someone in his clique, forget his clique. Julie Goldsticker is one of the best publicists in this game. She's been doing this forever. She had every single Olympian of note in 2012. She's got Shakur. She had Ward. She got Heron. She got Bud. She got Shakur. I said that, but she got Shakur, So she got Stephen A. Smith number. That's not an issue, man. Get this dude on these shows. Let him paint his narrative. I want Thurman. Thurman is the true undefeated unified champ. Thurman beat Danny first. Thurman is the first one to beat Porter before all of us, but except for obviously Cal Burke, who did it first. But he's irrelevant at this point.
Yeah.
and you paint your narrative, and then you go down the line. You start at Sports Center because you are big, right? You do your Stephen A. Smith, then you do your Max Boxing, then you do your, I guess you do your Rock and Barack, you know what I'm saying? Touch with the community first, then you do your Custer, do some SI, which is Chris Mannix, because he's on 3 platforms, he's on Sports Illustrated, he got his own podcast, he's on Dazn, and his Twitter is popping in terms of what he tweets people take as news. And then you keep going down from there, right? Who else is out there?
Come back to TBV, give us another shot.
Yeah, I mean, if we want to wishfully think, give us a shot. But other than that, definitely do Fight Hype, and then that's really it. I don't think I'm missing any big name. And with that, the narrative is out. Honestly, no disrespect to anybody. If he just sits on Fight Hype once a week or a month, is good enough, because while those other platforms are huge and they're casual fan networks, right? Like, that's where the casual fan is going to hear, oh, wow, he wants to fight Golovkin. And it will get out there to the casuals. But, Fight Hype has the true boxing demographic.
Yeah, they do big numbers.
They got that old subscriber base from Floyd and Ward days, you know what I mean? So, and, I've spoken to Ben, African-American fighters do very well on his channel. So he should definitely develop a relationship, They do numbers over there, man. They really do numbers over there. But yeah, he don't gotta. I mean, what was that? A handful of places, right? Maybe we passed one. Maybe we passed one hand. Maybe we barely got the 2 hands. It's not a lot of stops, man. He could do that shit once a month if he wanted to, and via Zoom if he don't even gotta leave,
Yeah.
But that's not his thing, man. He missed his own press conference, bro. He missed the press conference for this. I was on the Zoom. Porter was there, and he wasn't there. And then they hit us with the message like, oh, technical difficulties. And then they redid his another day, and I wasn't available for the other day. But yeah, man, I mean, again, his super chat is the game plan to make him a superstar. I've said it, and I've said it time and time again, man. He needs a commercial name. That Josh Taylor shit is cool because it's an international name, but it ain't going to resonate with America, man. You know what I mean? And his game plan is the Spence fight and the Ugas fight, and their demo is Broner. You got to fight a Broner, a Mikey, fucking Thurman, I hate to say. I don't want to put Thurman in the mix till he get a tune-up, but yeah, you need a name, bro. You can't, unless you're doing what these guys are saying, you're going to stay there and dominate, clean out the division. Because what does clean out the division mean? Because for Brandon Maurice, clean out the division was Virgil and Ennis. It wasn't old ass, in his words, and I quote, old ass Danny or any of these old dudes that we know Thurman the fuck up. All right then. So I mean Porter. I said I mean Crawford. I said Thurman by mistake. So it depends what Bud fan you are. So some Bud fans, they still want the key fights. Some don't. Some want the Virgil and the Ennis fights, And that's what I'm saying. What is cleaning out the division? Is Terence beating Earl and Ugas cleaning out the division? Or is it Earl and Ugas and Ennis and Virgil? Or does he just got to do Earl and Ugas because they got the belts and you walk away, Like basically like Bud did to Regis. Regis wanted that fight and Bud walked away. You know what I'm saying? So is it cool for Bud to take the Earl fight, win that, Ugas fight, undispute that, and walk away and go up to Jamel and leave Ennis and Virgil? I'm sure people would say yes. You know, I'm sure they would say yes. We got Mr. Calderon. He says, we got Tio, Devin, and Andrade for in 1 month. Why am I going to pay $50 for undercard with Ortiz? Well, that's why your super chat was all fucked up, because you're hating on Ortiz and you miss mad letters, all right? But, you know, listen, Dazn is doing their thing. This is why I keep telling y'all we need to be pushing for PBC to take over that missing Golden Boy slot on Dazn, so we don't got to pay for this dumb shit every fucking day that we want a good fight. You're right. Tio, Devin, and Andrade are all on Dazn in November and December for that $8. So, you know, I get you, man.
Yo, Ness, I'm finna have to be out though, man. I got knee therapy, dog, so I got to get it right.
Champ. Do your thing. I got Fred Robinson that says, y'all know Charlo Andrade or anyone with a pulse is going to retire, Triple G. Exactly. And Bud has a pulse, and he could go down in history as the man to retire Triple G. But y'all don't want to listen to me. But y'all don't hear me, though. Hakeem Delph says, Kenny Porter stopped Shawn Porter, not Crawford. Love your channel, bro. Love you too, bro. But it was definitely Crawford. Arthur says, stop playing with Spence like he don't throw 1,200 punches and barely get hit. Y'all must have forgot. Bud got rocked by a flyweight Gamboa and Crab and Lobster. Oh, shit. He a real listener. My man said Crab and Lobster. You know that's a listener. That's old school TBV right there. All right. I think that we got a Cash App. Oh shit, my bad. Car CYP. Oh, matter of fact, it's Brandon first. Brandon. Wait, he said counter punch to go. Oh no, that's old. All right, CYP is on you.
Yo, first off, I want to give a big shout out to my man Wade, Larry Wade. It's his birthday today. You know, hopefully you hear this. We already talked, but hopefully you hear this and y'all give some recognition to my man. Seems like every time you see a big fight, his name is connected. That's my guy. Happy birthday, Wade. Happy birthday. Lastly, I think we need to stop talking about best at the welterweight division if we want these dudes to be superstars. I was doing some thinking, man, and most people I asked about Manny Pacquiao and Floyd, they saw him fight. They know they fought, but they don't know what weight class it was. When you ask about Canelo, a lot of my Mexican partners out there are like casuals. They don't know the weight class. They just know Canelo. Stop talking about the best at the welterweight division. It actually belittles you if you're trying to be a superstar. Talk about you the best in boxing. Go after being the best in boxing. See, I'm the best boxer in the world. People hear that. They attach themselves to the best. When you say the best in welterweight, the best in middleweight, don't nobody give a shit except for boxing fans. So no more of this shit. Terence Crawford is the best fighter in the world. Push that narrative. If you got another favorite fighter, push him as the best in the world. That's my advice. CYP out.
All right. Well, that is the last counter punch from. Oh no. Well, yeah. Brandon's was old. He was just paying for the old one. So yeah, man. That's GTO. Wait. They gave J Max Coach Myers' boomerang.
Yeah, you know, I hate ass. You knew that?
Nah, I forgot.
Can you hear me? Okay. Nah, you kind of jumped on and say what I said. I'm gonna tell you what I meant. When I say take care of his business, see, Bud actually wants to fight and be undisputed. See, he don't want to jump over the competitive guys in the weight class or get a WBC franchise title and act like the guys are not there to fight. So that's what I meant when you talking about cleaning up. For him taking on some of the young champions, I would like to see a Virgil Ortiz in a boost in this fight. Hit Bud wanted that to be great in that way. Or put his eyes set on moving up to 154, get Charlo. And if Charlo accept that fight after, if Charlo is successful against Brian Castino, I forgot to say his name, but that's what I'm talking about for is focusing on his own greatness. We don't need to do what Canelo do. Just focus on being Terence Crawford. That's my call.
Hey man, I got no calls with you, especially when you don't mind him fighting some of the young guns, you know? As long as it's not about fighting just those two dudes, you know, because that don't do it. Like, if you if all you want him to do is fight Earl and Ugas, then yeah, man, I still rather see the Triple G fight. Counterpunch, LV Slugger. But if you want him to fight Earl, Ugas, and Virgil Ennis, yeah, then I'd rather him not fight Triple G and stay down there and give us those. But if it's just gonna be Earl and Ugas, man, yeah, man, might as well go ahead and move up, beat up Triple G, make history, come back down to 54, fight Earl, and then go into what you mean you can't hear? What is he talking about? Cause we doing fine on this end, right? Everybody hear me on YouTube? So I got a poll going right now. I hear you, LV. It's your
What up? What up?
It's your end ain't no good.
Yeah, I had my Bluetooth had connected, but no, you was asking like, what's clean out the division?
Yeah.
I don't feel like it's. I don't think it's the young who ain't done nothing. I feel like he's the unified champion for him. Like Keith, that's why I want him to get the Keith Thurman fight next summer. Hopefully, Keith can get an early tune up early next year, and hopefully we can get that Keith Thurman Bud next summer. And like I said, undisputed him and Earl. If Earl can get that Ugas fight in the winter, you know, I feel like just Keith Thurman and Earl handle them two, and he can just go and move up, do whatever he got to do. I don't feel like fighting Boots, who ain't done nothing. He ain't a man though. You know, Virgil had his shot at being, you know, his shot at Bud through Mando. He decided not to take it. You know, Boots got to become Mando in order to get his shot. Nobody's just gonna give that man a shot. I don't know why people keep saying that. They know how boxing works. He ain't got a big following. He ain't did nothing. So I mean, he got to just get his Mando position, and then he gonna get his title shot. But that's who I feel like.
I hear you.
Cut it.
So Terence Crawford versus Jaron Ennis. 8% believe Ennis wins unanimous decision. 19% believe Ennis can KO Terence Bud Crawford. 49% believe Terence KOs Jaron Ennis. And 23% believes Crawford beats Ennis by UD. It's funny. It seems like he's gonna be the favorite in any fight we put him in. You know, I don't have the time obviously to do a poll on Ugas, but I'm sure he'll be the favorite. And for Ugas, if he can fucking beat, Crawford and get 2 upsets in his career, holy shit, he'll go down as probably the best. Well, I'm not a historian, but the best Cuban I know. Right? I don't know who else is a super duper famous Cuban like that. Where's David Maldonado when you need him? But yo, Nest GTO, Instagram and Twitter, that is everything and everyone. Catch us on the next one tonight, 9 p.m. Eastern on YouTube. Members for Untitled will be live. Peace.